Hello to all my dear followers. Welcome to the second season of What If Naruto Was Blessed by Kaguya. Remember, if you want more fanfics like this, just smash that like button and subscribe. Enjoy.
Chapter 5, The Mist. So, what do you think our next mission is gonna be? Naruto asked as they waited outside the Hokage's office. Hinata shrugged. Who knows? Though it probably won't be as action-packed as our mission to Nami. So don't get your hopes up. The resident blonde gave a small smirk. I hope it isn't. If we have too long of a recovery period, we won't be able to enter the Chunin exams. Yuko raised an eyebrow. You think Sensei will allow us to enter this time? She'd be lying if she said the thought of entering the exams didn't interest her. Well, we're more than strong enough and capable enough, and we're old enough now that we won't be instant targets. I'd bet money that he's gonna let us enter, and I can't wait to kick ass. Naruto grinned to match Yasaka. Damn it, Yasaka. Now you've got me all excited for the exams. Their conversation was cut off as the door to the office opened, Kakashi stepping out. Instead of thinking about the exams, which you still might not be allowed into, you should be focusing on what we're doing now, especially with this mission. He said in his usual lazy drawl. Team 7 stood at attention until Naruto noticed something sticking up over Kakashi's shoulder. You get to keep the Raijin? Naruto asked. The rest of the team followed his gaze and, lo and behold, the hilt of the Nidame's sword stuck over their sensei's shoulder, much like a sword he used to use. Yup, Hokage-sama decided it'd be a shame to let it sit in the vault until it rusts, and since I'm the only jonin in Konoha with a Raitun nature, he decided to let me have it. Truth be told, Kakashi had been wanting to try using another sword since the white light blade got broken. Anyway, Hokage-sama was just briefing me on our next mission while you guys were out here. Yasaka raised an eyebrow. If you were just talking about the mission, then why were we supposed to wait out here? Shouldn't we be in there? Kakashi nodded. Normally you would be, but this mission is a bit special. It's very high profile, and Hokage-sama wanted to see if we could handle it or if he should send ANBU. We're taking it, but we're also going to be working with another team and a Tokubetsu Jonin. Hokage-sama has already asked them if they're up for the mission, and they've been on standby for our answer. Which team and which Jonin? Yuko asked with a tilt of her head. Hinata activated her Byakugan and seemed to look around for a second before freezing. Oh no! Everyone turned to her in curiosity until a loud voice came from down the hall. Kakashi, my eternal rival. I challenge you. Kakashi shook his head with a sigh as a cloud of dust inexplicably formed in the hallway, blasting toward them with inhuman speed. Finally, whatever was causing it stopped, allowing the dust to blow away. What was left was a sight that the members of Team 7 were all too familiar with. Do you accept my challenge? Standing there with a dramatic pose and twinkling teeth was Might Guy, Kakashi's self-proclaimed eternal rival, and the sublime green beast of Konoha. Kakashi merely schooled his expression and turned to him. Sorry? You say something, Guy? He asked with a raised eyebrow. Guy started crying anime tears and leaned against the wall. Team 7 just staring with blank expressions, used to the occurrence. Naruto's eyes then went wide as he realized what usually followed the passionate jonin. Naruto S.A.N. Naruto turned just in time to see a foot flying directly at his face. As it crashed into him and he felt his feet leave the ground, he thought, oh, right. Dodging is a thing. It would appear that there are, in fact, things that can hurt me. One of which appears to be an excited Rock Lee. He flew back and rolled along the hallway for a few yards before coming to a stop. Naruto hauled himself to a sitting position, rubbing his sore cheek. Damn Lee. If I thought I was invincible before then, that sure knocked me out of it. Rock Lee, in all his miniature guy glory, gave Naruto a classic nice guy pose, trademark pending, with the gleaming teeth and all. When I had heard that you had awakened a new Kekkei Genkai that made your body much stronger, I had to test it for myself. Let it never be said that the Konoha rumor mill wasn't efficient. He was about to settle into his Goken stance, before Tenten came up behind him and smacked him into the ground with a paper fan. Damn it, Lee. You can't go around kicking people. Just ask for a spar like a normal person. She sighed and looked over to Naruto. You okay? Naruto nodded with a smile after getting onto his feet. Yeah, I'm good. Also, if you really want to spar so badly, Lee, then I'll be happy to once we get done with this mission. that seemed to satisfy Lee as Neji joined them. The friendly atmosphere suddenly gained a layer of tension. Neji and Hinata politely greeted her elder cousin. Hinata-sama. Neji returned with a barely restrained undercurrent of venom before turning to Naruto. I heard you awakened a nearly extinct Kekii Genkai. It seems every dog does have its day, he said with a small smirk. Naruto started forward with a growl. Careful, Neji. You keep kicking a dog, then it's gonna bite. He and Neji had a bit of a stare down. If you want to do something, then I'm standing right here, Neji said, activating his Byakugan. You know, I can take a fair amount of Juken hits after awakening the Shikatsu Myaku. Naruto said, one of his horns growing out. Want to test how durable you are, Neji? They were interrupted, however, by Guy, who was now giving them both a stern look. That's enough, you two. If you want to settle your differences, then do it on your own time. Right now we're going to be working together on a mission, so you both will act professional. Is that understood? Clearly wasn't a question. The two genin backed off and deactivated their respective bloodlines, calming down and choosing to ignore each other. Kakashi let out a small sigh. I've got a feeling it's going to be a long mission. He mumbled to himself. Well, now that we've got the introductions out of the way, let's all head home and get ready for the mission. We meet at the South Gate in an hour. This mission is going to take a week or more, so pack for it. I might be a little late since I'm picking up our last teammate. With that, Kakashi disappeared in a plume of smoke. Guy gave the members of Team 7 a smile. I look forward to working with you all. It's been a long time since we've gotten the opportunity to. Tenten and Lee nodded while Neji seemed to ignore the conversation. Yuko shared the sentiment. Maybe you can help me with some moves I've been working on, Guy-sensei? The members of Team 7 might get a little exasperated with Lee and might not like Neji very much except Hinata, but they did enjoy working with them when things went well. So they all dispersed to head home and prepare for their mission, unknowing that it wouldn't be the simple mission that they'd hoped it'd be. 1 hour later at the South Gate, the genin of Team 7 and 9 were gathered around the gate, waiting for their sensei and final teammate to arrive, having some idle conversation about the mission with Tenten posing a question. So what kind of mission do you guys think it is? It has to be important, given all this preparation and secrecy. Indeed, perhaps we are going to be acting as guards for a visiting noble, or engaging in some covert espionage, Lee said with exuberance. Yasaka shook her head and patted Lee on the shoulder. Lee, I hate to be the one to tell you this, but I don't think you and Guy-sensei are very suited for espionage. The green-clad genin merely gave her a thumbs up. Of course, my flames of youth burn too brightly to be hidden by the shadows. I don't believe I could snuff them out even if Hokage-sama himself were to ask. Very good, Lee. Keep those flames of youth burning like the fires of a volcano, Guy said as he suddenly appeared, his hand on Lee's shoulder and tears streaming down his face. Thank you, Guy-sensei. Lee, Guy-sensei, Lee, Guy-sensei. Everyone shivered as the fabled sunset technique of youth, trademark pending, appeared behind the two as they hugged. Hinata activated her Byakugan. No matter how many times I see it, I can never fathom how it works. Yuko nodded with her Sharingan going. I keep looking for chakra or anything that can dispel it, but I can't find a single thing. Naruto simply stared, completely numb to the experience. Since he was Lee's favorite sparring partner behind Guy-sensei, he was frequently subjected to this type of thing. Suddenly, his eyes went wide as he felt a pair of arms wrap around his neck from behind, and a pair of soft items press into his back. Hey there, Nara-chan. Kakashi told me all about your new bloodline. I'm sure there's a joke about bones and hardening in there somewhere, but that's just beneath me. Naruto shivered at the voice in his ear, before the person behind him licked his cheek. Speaking of being beneath me, want to come back to my place after this mission? Naruto gulped. Anko-sensei, can you please not? He then breathed a sigh of relief when she let go and chuckled. Anko gave him a smirk as his teammates noticed her. Well, nice to know that no matter how tough you get, I'll always be able to turn you into a mess. Also, I wasn't kidding about the invitation to my apartment. You're actually really cute. She then laughed as Naruto blushed and turned away, crossing his arms. An excited Yasaka quickly made her way over to them. Anko-sensei, you're coming on this mission with us? You bet. No way I'd miss a chance to go on a mission with my favorite blonde, Anko said as she put an arm around Yasaka's shoulder. Say what you wanted about Anko. Once she met Yasaka and found out how most villagers treated her, she immediately took a liking to her. 5 years prior, Yasaka wore an annoyed look as she was once again stopped on her way home from training with her tenant's power. Every now and again she'd have to deal with a few civilians who wanted to confront her about something or other, usually whatever went wrong with that week. They'd usually find some way to blame it on her. Listen guys, I'm not in a very good mood, so just fuck off, would ya? She asked as she tried to walk past them. The largest one stepped in front of her. Not until I get some answers out of you. I've been noticing a drop in my store stock, and I got a feeling you're responsible for it. Yasaka groaned. Look, I'm not stealing your stuff, alright? Now unless you have any evidence that I have been, then I'll just be on my way. As she walked past, he got even more angry. Now listen here, demon. He didn't get much more out as Yasaka spun around, throwing a punch into his gut that made him double over. While he was leaning over, she threw a kick into the side of his head, sending him into the air and to the other side of the street. Yasaka turned to glare at the other two, who wisely chose to hightail it out of there. Tell your friends not to bug me with this petty shit, she yelled after them. Suddenly, she heard a voice from just behind her. Well, that was fun to watch. Yasaka spun around to face a younger Anko, wearing a simple pair of workout shorts and a t-shirt. Here I thought it'd just be another boring trip home, but that was a pretty nice little display, she said with a smirk. Yasaka jumped back and settled into a fighting stance. Who are you? Anko rolled her eyes and munched on a dango stick. Calm down, blondie. If I wanted to hurt you, I wouldn't have said anything. I was just admiring your handiwork. Not bad. Really? Of course. Though, if I might make a little suggestion, go for the twig and berries next time. I've made a game out of trying to get the most hilarious faces after I kick them there, Anko said with a little laugh. So, why were those guys giving you a hard time anyway? You didn't actually steal his shit, did you? Yasaka shook her head. Nope. I just have to deal with that a lot. I'm sure you've heard of the demon girl, right? The look on Anko's face told her that she had. So Yasaka just turned and headed home. While most shinobi knew she wasn't actually a demon, a lot still didn't want a lot to do with her. Her progress was halted once again as Anko appeared next to her and wrapped an arm around her shoulder. Oh, I've been wanting to meet you for a long time. You and I are cut from the same cloth. The demon girl and the snake bitch. That's you and me. What are you talking about? Yasaka asked, not used to people actually wanting to meet her. I mean that people hate me because my former sensei was a major asshole and betrayed the village. I might not know exactly what you're going through, but us pariah gotta stick together, right? Yasaka stood there blinking for a few seconds. People hate you too? Anko nodded. I'd also be happy to trade notes with you on how to both politely and not so politely tell them to fuck off. Her smile then turned evil. Also, I'd love to have an apprentice in the art of teasing. Teasing how, like seduction? Because I don't think I'm old enough for that. Oh no, not that kind. More like embarrassing people. Do you know any boys so I can demonstrate? Well, I do know one. A few minutes later, Naruto was minding his own business and reading a book, sipping on some tea, having an all-around nice time while Yasaka made her way home. It was fairly dangerous for her to train with the Kyuubi's chakra, so Inu-sensei sent everyone home before they started. Speaking of, it was getting to be around the time when Yasaka got home. Then speak of the devil, the door opened and Yasaka stepped into the living room with her new friend Anko. Naruto blinked a bit, but was glad that Yasaka had made another friend. Hey Yasaka-chan. Who's this? Yasaka-chan. It was at this point that Naruto noticed the matching smirks on their faces. They both looked positively evil, like cats who'd found a particularly enticing injured mouse. Yasaka stepped forward. Hello Naruto-kun. This is my new friend Anko-chan. Oh, well, it's nice to meet you. Something inside Naruto told him that he should be running. Anko stalked forward and smirked at him. Hello there. Now that something inside Naruto was screaming. Kakashi walked up and shook his head. Naruto was blushing and not looking at anyone. Yasaka and Anko were whispering conspiratorially with matching smirks. Yuko and Hinata were staring at Guy and Lee's hug, while Neji and Tenten were simply trying to ignore the madness. All right, everyone. Time to go over the mission details. Once everyone was gathered, with Anko and Guy with him, he started explaining the mission. We've been tasked with investigating Tanny Village, a town just over the border in Tea Country. Many merchants who get off ships in Degarashi port stop at this town to rest and sell some of their wares. Since it's right in the middle of a canyon, you pretty much have to pass through it to stay on the road. However, we've received a report from Degarashi port that a large number of villagers from Tanny Village arrived, talking about the village being covered in fog and taken over by monsters. The genin were all put off by this, and Guy quickly noticed, "We doubt there really are monsters in this village, but those people were truly scared of what they saw, so we're going to be investigating the village and taking care of whatever we find." "Any questions?" Tenten spoke up. "Did any of the villagers have any idea what these monsters were?" Guy shook his head. "No. The most they could say was that people went missing in the dead of night, and all people ever saw were shadows creeping around town." Anko added her thoughts, a kunai spinning around her finger. "Most likely it's a group of rogue shinobi or bandits. We can't say what they're up to, but we're gonna find out." The genin spent a few seconds absorbing everything before Kakashi spoke up. "All right then, the sooner we get there, the sooner those people can find out what's going on in their village, so let's get going." After receiving nods from all the genin, they started on their way to Tea Country. Little did they know what awaited them there, and what would await them when they got back. Hokage Tower. Hiruzen looked through yet another document in the pile he still had to read. He definitely needed to find someone to hand the hat off to soon. He was getting too old for this. Still, he had to power through for a while longer. If he retired now, then Danzo would be the next Hokage, no doubt about it, and Hiruzen could not allow that. He'd just have to suffer through a few more years of this until another candidate appeared. Maybe Kakashi or Jiraiya. He doubted either of them would accept. But there was still hope. A sudden puff of smoke appeared on his desk, interrupting his thoughts. When the smoke cleared, it revealed a small toad, who spat out an envelope before disappearing. Hiruzen raised an eyebrow at it. Jiraiya was still in the village, so why would he send a letter like this? Speak of the devil. Just as he was about to open the envelope, Jiraiya opened his window and hopped into his office. "So, Sensei, what's up?" he asked, clearly waiting for something. "What do you mean? I didn't call you. I thought you wanted me to come to you since you sent a toad to deliver this," Hiruzen said, holding up the envelope. "What? I didn't summon a toad or want to send you anything." With that, the two men focused on the envelope. Jiraiya quickly took the toad contract scroll off his back and unrolled it. "I know it wasn't Yasaka. I haven't even brought up the toad contract with her yet." He looked at the two names, his own and Minato's, now crossed off. The hell is going on? Just a second. Jiraiya quickly ran through a familiar chain of hand signs before slamming his hand down. Kuchios no Jutsu. One small puff of smoke later, a small, very old-looking toad was in the room with them. It had a small amount of gray hair, was wearing a robe of some sort and carried a cane. "Ah, Jiraiya-chan. It's been a while since you've summoned me. Tell me, how's Yasaka-chan? Ma and I have been wanting to meet her for a long time." He then noticed the seriousness in the room. "What's wrong?" Jiraiya bowed to the small toad. "I wish this were a casual call, Pa, but we need some help figuring something out. This is my sensei, Hiruzen Sarutobi." The toad hopped up on Hiruzen's desk and held out a hand to him. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Hokage-sama. Jiraiya boy has told us all about you. My name is Fukasaku." Hiruzen nodded and shook his hand. "It's a pleasure to meet you as well, Fukasaku-sama. I just wish it were under better circumstances." Jiraiya quickly got the old toad's attention again. "Normally, I wouldn't waste your time with something another toad could do, but you're the expert on the scroll. Did you guys make a new contract? And has anyone new signed it?" Fukasaku raised a confused eyebrow. "No, we haven't. That's still the only contract. What's this all about?" After explaining the toad and the letter, Fukasaku struck a thinking pose. "Well, that's a mystery. There certainly aren't any new contracts, actually. If I remember right, the night Minato-chan died, he asked Gamabunta for a one-time summon scroll. He said he was planning on using it in case he and Kushina couldn't get back to the village after the battle with the Kyuubi. One-time summon scrolls were very simple items. They were basically a free summon. A shinobi could use them to summon an animal from their contract with no chakra required. They could even be used by someone who wasn't contracted to the summoned animal. Jiraiya raised an eyebrow. Did he use it? Fukasaku shook his head. I don't know, one-time scrolls aren't linked to the main scroll of users, so we can't tell if someone used it or not. I suppose the only thing we can do is read the letter. The three old men, well, 2 men and 1 toad, turned to the letter as Hiruzen opened it up, examining it for any seals. Upon finding none, he pulled out the letter and started reading. As soon as he finished, a massive wave of killing intent washed over the room, even Jiraiya freezing up over the sheer amount. Sensei, what's in the letter? Instead of answering, Hiruzen simply handed it over to him, his hat shadowing his eyes. Jiraiya started reading the paper as Fukasaku jumped onto his shoulder to read it as well. Soon, Hiruzen's Ki was joined by 2 more sources as Jiraiya and Fukasaku finished reading. Fukasaku then took a closer look at Minato's signature, and after a second spoke up, I'm sure you both know that there's more than one way for someone's name to be stricken from a scroll. Hiruzen finally spoke up. I see then. So we're all on the same page? After receiving a pair of nods, he continued. Then there will be hell to pay soon enough. We'll just have to prepare for when Yasaka gets back. A few days later, T-Country, Teams 7, 9, and Anko were currently standing on the edge of a canyon. Looking down at the village they were sent to investigate. It was a rather good-sized village, since it got a lot of traffic nestled snugly in the rather large canyon the road ran through, with a path leading out of the village and up the cliff to a marvelous view of the scenery and even the ocean a ways away on one side. There was even a ton of greenery around. It really was a picturesque village, or at least it would have been if not for the massive bank of fog settled on the canyon floor, stretching for at least a mile away from the village on either side. Neji, Hinata, Yuko, and Kakashi were all looking at it with their jujitsu, Hinata being the one to speak up. The fog is definitely laced with chakra. It's similar to the Kirigakure no Jutsu. The other resident Hyuga deactivated his own eyes. It would seem we'll have to cut off the source to remove the fog. Kakashi hummed in thought. So we're definitely dealing with shinobi. Alright, we'll set up base camp up here. We'll need to split up to search the city. From what the information says, there are 3 districts to the village: professional, residential, and business. We'll search those districts before meeting at the town square and heading back here. Guy gave his usual smile. The professional district is basically the town square, the town hall, bank, hospital, the mayor's mansion, and the like. Lee, Yuko, Hinata, you're with me, and it'll be where we search. He then turned to Kakashi. Yasaka, Tenten, and I will take the residential district. It's the largest of the 3, so having someone who can make a lot of clones and a long-range specialist will come in handy. Everyone seemed happy with this, until they realized who'd be on the last team. Well, you too. Looks like you get stuck with little old me. Ain't you the lucky ones? Anko asked as she wrapped an arm around Naruto and Neji. The business district is filled with narrow paths, so a guy who can see through buildings and a guy who's hard as steel won't have to worry about an ambush. The 2 genin did not seem pleased. Hinata spoke up then. Maybe I should swap places with Neji. No can do. Kakashi said with finality. You're our medic, so having you in a central location like the square will be best. With that said, he looked to Naruto and Neji. Needless to say, you 2 will behave and work together or there will be trouble, understood? Naruto and Neji simply stared for a minute, before Neji extended his hand. For this mission only. Fine. And once we're back in the village, we go back to normal, Naruto said as the 2 shook hands. With that, they all split up to search the village. Tanny village. Yuko was looking around the village with her Sharingan activated. Once they got into the fog bank, it seemed to thin out, allowing them to see a bit more. She was currently moving slowly through the 2nd floor of the mayor's mansion, her hands up and ready to defend herself. The mayor and his wife were apparently the last people to disappear before the remaining villagers fled. She quickly opened the door to the master bedroom before moving inside, Lee and Hinata moving in behind her. See anything, Hinata-chan? Hinata took a second. No, nothing. We're clear. Due to the fog, her range was limited and she couldn't see Tenketsu unless she was right next to them. But she could at least distinguish people in the mist. They looked around the bedroom for a second. The bed hasn't been made. Also, the window has marks on the outside. Looks like someone pried it open, probably with a kunai. Lee suddenly turned around, carrying a small leather-bound book. I believe I found the mayor's journal. Maybe it has a clue as to what happened. He cracked it open and started looking for entries that mentioned the kidnappings as Yuko and Yasaka looked around the room, reading them aloud. Tuesday, July 23 RD. I honestly don't know what to think about these disappearances. The only people that seem to go missing are criminals, and while I don't condone killing, I'll admit that when Koga disappeared I just wrote it off. I was even a little relieved. His criminal activity was becoming a problem for everyone, and I thought he just moved on or ran afoul of the wrong people. I became more suspicious when more and more criminals started disappearing off the streets, but I didn't see the harm. That's a terrible thing to think. I know, but I have to think about the village as a whole. I have no idea who or what is taking these people. But as long as nobody decent is harmed, then I don't see a reason to worry too much. Lee skimmed through the entries until he found another one that seemed to have something to do with the disappearances. Saturday, July 27 Th. Suzu the baker was taken from her home last night. I should have sent for Shinobi the second these disappearances became suspicious. I let whoever it is keep taking criminals, not thinking about what they do when they ran out of thugs to snatch. The village is in an uproar. Suzu was someone that everyone liked. Nobody had any problems with her. Not even Koga and his goons bothered her. Hell, they were some of her best customers. I have to find the cause of these disappearances, and if it turns out to be too much for me to handle, then I'll send for Shinobi. The rest of the entries were filled with the results of the mayor's investigations. Sadly, it looked like he only ran into dead end after dead end. The final entry talked about how he would send for Shinobi the next morning. Obviously, he was too late. With solemn looks, the three genin exited the house to see Guy waiting in the square, having finished looking through the town hall. He was staring out into the mist with narrowed eyes. "Did you find anything?" he asked as they approached him. Yuko shook her head. Someone, most likely a shinobi, pried open the window to get into the mayor's bedroom, but not much else. Lee found the mayor's journal, but it doesn't tell us much. Guy looked over the entries. So these shinobi were kidnapping criminals for some reason. Then they ran out and started grabbing anyone. If I had to guess, I'd say that these people don't care who they take. They only took criminals first because it's be easier, nobody misses the odd thug or thief. Then once they ran out, they started taking people indiscriminately. Lee hummed and thought, Guy-sensei, if we're really dealing with shinobi, then wouldn't they know better than to let the rest of the villagers escape? I'm not sure. It could be that the villagers simply panicked and ran out of the blue, and the kidnappers were unprepared to stop them, or didn't notice they left until it was too late. Perhaps they simply didn't care if the villagers left. It's entirely possible that they finished whatever they were doing and left, leaving this mist behind. But before jumping to conclusions, let's check the bank and hospital, then wait for the others. You three check the hospital, I'll search the bank. After the genin entered the hospital, Guy turned and made his way into the rather small bank. Much like the rest of the village, it was completely deserted. His footsteps echoing on the hard marble floor made for an ominous atmosphere. Luckily, the bank was essentially one room, with a few desks for bankers and a counter for tellers. Guy started by looking over the teller stations and taking a quick look at the cage door to the vault. Nothing was taken. No signs of any struggles, and it looks like the cash boxes at the teller stations haven't even been tampered with. It's as if everyone disappeared into thin air all at once. The hospital of Tanny Village was essentially just a clinic with a few offices, examining rooms, and a couple surgery rooms. It was a bit small to be called a hospital, but Hinata wasn't one to judge. She moved quickly and efficiently through the exam rooms, taking stock of all the supplies and looking for anything out of the ordinary. As she moved, she became increasingly frustrated with the lack of progress. These guys are annoyingly professional. Nothing's been taken from anywhere we've checked. Hinata felt a shiver run down her spine. She looked over her shoulder with a small frown. This place is giving me the creeps. If there's one thing horror movies and games have taught me, it's that hospitals are never good. She slapped her cheeks. Calm down, Hinata, everything's fine. A small gust of air brushed over Hinata's face as a dark shape glided into her vision. Her eyes widened as she jumped to the side, pressing herself into the wall and bringing her arms up to defend herself, heart pounding in her chest. Something wrong? Yuko asked as she raised an amused eyebrow at her teammate. I guess this place has you a bit on edge, huh? Hinata placed a hand on her chest and steadied her breathing. Yeah. Sorry. I think this place is starting to get to me. Yuko nodded. I get you. The silence is deafening when you're alone. So, found anything interesting? Nothing. It doesn't look like anything's missing. And all the basic supplies are in the room's cupboards. Let's go see if Lee's found anything. After receiving a nod from Yuko, they started on their way. I think he went toward the storage areas back this way. Indeed, after making their way through the hospital back toward the entrance, they came across Lee exiting the doorway to the basement. Yuko gave him a small smile. Find anything, Lee? Lee, are you all right? Lee swallowed and let out a shuddering breath, looking up to them and revealing a pale face with shocked eyes. Why yes, I'm all right, but… He looked back to the basement, shaking a bit. Hinata took his arm and led him back toward the entrance. Come on, Lee. Let's take a minute to rest at the entrance. She looked back and gave Yuko a nod. Yuko nodded back and made her way to the entrance, taking a deep breath before descending the stairs. Once she reached the bottom, she realized why Lee was so shaken up. Blood and bodies littered the basement of the hospital like some kind of macabre butcher's shop, combined with a painter's studio. There were blood stains on the wall, and tables in the center of the room with bloody tools littering the space around the bodies. Images of cliché mad scientist labs flashed through Yuko's mind as she took a few steadying breaths. What kind of monster? She thought to herself as she moved further into the room. She took a second to look over the bodies' empty skull cavities, every part of their bodies cut open for some horrible research. Yuko moved over to a table in the back of the room, seeing the brains floating in jars, suspended in a pale blue liquid. She'd be laughing at the brains in jars thing if it wasn't so creepy. Yuko looked around and debated taking one to examine it further, but couldn't bring herself to touch any of the brain jars. Suddenly, a scratching sound entered her ears, and she spun around, Sharingan active. Yuko focused on the corpses, staring at them. She heard something. She knew she did. She swallowed and activated Hai no Karada, preparing to burn the room up, before a small rat ran out from under a counter, looking at her for a second before scampering back into its hole. Yuko dropped her technique and let out a breath, shuffling toward the entrance, before bumping into something. Yuko spun around with a scream, throwing a punch at whoever was behind her. Once it connected with something, she looked up to see Guy looking at her with concern, his palm stopping her punch. Jigai-sensei, I'm sorry, I dash. Guy stopped her with a hand on her shoulder. It's all right, Yuko. Just head back up to the entrance with the others. I'll look around this place. Yuko nodded and quickly made her way back up the stairs. Guy looked over the basement with a look of anger. What kind of person would do this? His first instinct pointed to Orochimaru, but he dismissed it after a bit of thought. The Snake Sannin was undoubtedly one of the most twisted people to ever exist, but he at the very least knew to keep his labs clean and organized, if only to keep projects from getting mixed up. The madman who worked in this lab clearly didn't care about such things, leaving everything strewn about, bloody tools and surgical instruments abandoned. Guy took a few minutes to look over the bodies and jars, before turning and leaving the basement. Arriving back at the main lobby, Guy got the attention of the genin, who stood up from their chairs and at attention. I think that's enough exploration for the day. Let's head back into the square and wait for the others. They nodded and filed out, Hinata making sure the others were all right as they left, making small glances back toward the storage area. She looked up at Guy and a simple shake of the head squashed her curiosity. I don't know about you two, but this fog gives me the creeps, Anko said to her two companions as he stood in the empty road, watching them examine the buildings and streets. Neji moved his hand over a group of tracks. I will admit that it's a bit unsettling. The tracks are very old. Clearly nobody has walked these streets for at least a week. Then again, if we're dealing with enemy shinobi, then they wouldn't use the roads. He hopped up onto the nearest rooftop, and using his Byakugan, managed to locate a few small signs of someone roof hopping before returning to the ground. There are signs of shinobi up on the rooftops here. Anko nodded. Alright, we've searched the majority of the district already, so I want you and Naruto to check out the last bit while I see if I can follow the tracks on the rooftops. Hey brat! Naruto walked out of the nearby blacksmith's shop, his eyes closed. I heard! Damn it! It's hard to sense anything in this fog. He opened his eyes and looked over at Neji, jerking his head toward the last section of the district before moving down the street. After a minute of walking, the two found themselves standing in front of a fenced-in building. The fence was wooden, with a gate and path leading up to what was easily the largest building in the district. I've got a bad feeling about this place, Naruto said as he pushed open the gate. Neji followed. Feelings mean nothing unless there's a reason behind them. You're just letting the atmosphere get the better of you. Using his Byakugan to look around the immediate vicinity and discovering something, there's a small tripwire over the bottom of the door. Oh, what were you saying about my bad feeling again? Naruto asked, a small smirk tugging at his lips. Once they got a good look at the building, Naruto groaned, Tanny orphanage. Of course it's an orphanage. That's one of the worst places to go in a horror movie, second only to hospitals. It appeared to be a repurposed and renovated mansion similar to what the Hyuga had, but much, much smaller. Would you like me to find Hinata-sama for you? I'm sure she'd be more than happy to hold your hand while we go into the big, bad building. Neji shook his head in annoyance as he walked up to the door, carefully opening it. He took a look at the wire and, sure enough, it looked like it was hooked up to a kunai throwing trap. Naruto came up next to him and the two carefully scanned the room for any other traps. Neji activated his Byakugan as Naruto stepped over the threshold. Noticing something just after he did, wait, the second Naruto stepped fully into the room. A click was heard and a brace of shuriken flew from the wall opposite the door toward him. Naruto held his arms up, blocking them and making sure none slipped past him. They bounded off of his arms, protected by the Shikatsu Myaku, and clattered to the ground. How did I not see that? Neji turned his attention to the ground. It was a seal. The wire must have been a decoy. There looked to be other seals hidden under the floorboards. We have to be careful. Naruto groaned a bit and turned to look down the hallway off of the room. All right, stay behind me and look out for more traps. I'll be the shield if we need one. So they continued, moving slowly through the hallways and rooms of the orphanage. Along the way, Neji pointed out any traps or seals he noticed and Naruto launched bone spikes to set them off or disarm them. Anything seems strange about these traps to you? Wire nets, kunai, and shuriken launchers, none of them are particularly robust. I mean, close quarters like this, I'd set up at least a couple explosives. Almost like whoever set them up didn't want to heavily damage the building. Neji observed, I'm impressed. You can think with more than just your fists. Cue an eyebrow twitch from an annoyed Kaguya. Neji, I swear to Kami I will give you a pimp-style backhand and put you through a wall, Naruto said, giving Neji an unimpressed glare. Neji answered with a glare of his own. I'd like to see you wait. I see something, a stairway, and it looks to be under a hidden trapdoor. Not something you do for a normal basement. Through the door up there, but there's another trap. Naruto silently nodded, making his way toward the large double doors. So how do we disarm this one? I don't think it's that simple. I'm no sealing expert, but it looks like a whole array built around this one trap. I'm not sure we can disarm it. Well then, let's just spring it, Naruto said as he created a Kagebunshin, allowing it to walk up to the door while he and Neji retreated back down the hall. They found some cover in a room off to the side, watching as the clone kicked the door open. The clone popped soon after, and upon receiving its memories, Naruto acted, "Get down!" He yelled and tackled Neji, sending them both down to the ground as a massive explosion tore through the building. Pieces of wood, metal, and other debris flew over their heads as they waited for the explosion to die down. Once it finally did, Naruto sat up, groaning as his ears rang. Neji took a bit longer to recover, what with not having nigh unbreakable bones. Before they could fully recover, Anko appeared. Naruto couldn't quite hear what she said, so he just settled for telling her, "I'm fine. My clone set it off. Neji might need some help." Anko took a second to make sure he was all right before nodding and moving to Neji, who only sported some bruises. They definitely hurt, but it was nothing serious. After the ringing in their ears finally stopped, Anko spoke up. I was just about to join you two when I heard the explosion. What the hell did you two find in here? Neji shook his head and gestured to the center of the explosion. The entire building is booby-trapped, though that's the only explosive we've ran into. I couldn't find a way to disarm it, so one of Kaguya's clones tripped it. Naruto stood up, taking a second to steady himself. Speaking of, what do you think they were guarding with a trap like that? While Anko made sure Neji was all right, Naruto walked over to the door, casting a few glances over the inside of the room. He briefly thought about going inside, but the fact that he was standing in the result of a massive explosion made him think twice. Hey Neji, there any more traps in here? He asked as his two companions walked over. No. They were all either destroyed or disarmed in the explosion. Once they all entered the room, which appeared to be the dining hall, they followed Neji to the trapdoor. The mist is preventing me from seeing all the way down the staircase, but I'd bet that something's hidden down there. Anko nodded. Most likely it's our trap-loving friend's hideout. Let's head back and meet up with the others. We don't want to head into the hornet's nest with only a third of our group. Upon receiving nods from Naruto and Neji, they quickly headed out the blown outside of the building and headed toward the square. Kakashi looked out over what little of the village residential district he could see, Yasaka meditating behind him. Suddenly, she twitched, before going back to her normal state of calm. Tenten watched her with a small look of wonder. Man, those clones are really useful. I wish I could make as many as she can. The one-eyed Jonin chuckled. Yeah, that'd make a lot of missions much easier. Of course it does have its drawbacks, like needing to meditate so she doesn't get a migraine from all the memory feedback hitting her at once. Tenten nodded before shivering a bit. Then looking out at the fog, there was something about it that made her feel seriously uneasy. Kakashi-sensei? Be honest with me. What do you think we're dealing with here? It's not monsters if that's what you're thinking. This fog is laced with chakra. Our own two resident Hyuga along with Yuko and myself confirmed it. We're most likely dealing with a group of shinobi, just like Anko said. So just keep your cool and we'll all be fine. They were interrupted by their until recently meditating companion. I wouldn't be too sure. She shook her head, opening her eyes and blinking a bit as if to clear her head. My clones have finished searching the houses, and they only found one thing of any real note. But you're going to want to see it. She stood up and collected herself, before leading her two companions toward one of the houses. When they arrived, Yasaka led them into the living room where they found what else? A dead body. Kakashi took a single look before speaking. It's a shinobi, no doubt. They really couldn't argue. He was clearly wearing standard fare for a shinobi. A flak vest, a kunai holster and pouch, and a face mask. The only problem was that his hitayate bore no symbol. So either they didn't belong to any village, or whatever village they did belong to knew to keep their identity a secret. It looks like he's been dead for a few hours. He must have died just before we arrived in the village. There were only a couple more things that stood out to Kakashi. The bloody kunai in his hand, and his one injury. Is this a bite mark? Sure enough, there was a bite mark with torn flesh on his neck. Clearly what killed him. Yasaka couldn't help but make a crack. Maybe we're dealing with zombies? It's perfect zombie weather in the village after all. Tenten turned and grabbed her. Don't even suggest that. I hate zombies. I hate zombie movies. And I hate anything having to do with them. So don't you dare put that thought in my head, she said, shaking the blonde. Yasaka simply freed herself and they both turned back to Kakashi. Kakashi shook his head, then turned his attention to the trail of blood leading further into the house. He stood up and followed it, pulling a kunai out and holding it ready. All right, you two. Let's get back to business and see where his killer went. The girls nodded and followed behind Kakashi. They followed the trail out of the house and through the streets of the residential district. Yasaka raised an eyebrow at the path. Looks like our killer was stumbling. Maybe he was hurt? This is far too much blood to have come from the other guy's one injury. As they turned a corner, they were met with another body leaned against a building. It was a man who appeared to be in his 30s, dressed in a casual green yukata, with a kunai wound in his gut. Well, I guess that solves this mystery. After approaching him, Yasaka's attention was stolen by something very unusual. He's covered in a sealing array. It flowed down the sides of his face, onto his chest and back, and down his arms and legs. Tenten was about to comment, but whatever she was about to say was halted as Yasaka pushed the body onto the ground and cut off its clothes to see the whole array. Gah! Yasaka, what the hell? Oh, get over it. I need to see the whole array if I want to find out what it's for. If you're that embarrassed, then just think of it as a big anatomically correct puppet. Yasaka said as she rolled out a scroll to copy down the array, a look of curiosity on her face. I can already tell that this array isn't normal. She narrowed her eyes at the lines connecting seals. They looked like veins on the surface of the skin, a maze of lines and pathways flowing down the body from the head. There were also clusters of seals placed at key points along the lines: head, chest, back, shoulders, elbows, hands, knees, and feet. As she worked, Tenten turned to Kakashi. This guy looks like a civilian. How do you think he was able to kill that shinobi? There weren't many cases of that happening, for obvious reasons, so naturally she was curious. Kakashi shrugged and looked around the buildings. Could have happened a lot of ways. The simplest answer I can think of is that the shinobi underestimated what desperation does to people and paid the price for it. I don't know why he didn't just kill the civilian outright, but I think we'll have an idea once Yasaka finishes examining those seals. Speaking of, Yasaka rolled up the scroll and tapped a finger against her chin. Interesting, there are receptor seals all over the place, but no source to receive signals from. Plus, the flow direction seals are strangely placed. They don't follow the chakra pathways at all. She muttered to herself, pacing a bit. Kakashi clapped to catch her attention. I think that's enough for now. Let's head to the square and meet up with the others. Tenten nodded eagerly. Yes, please. I'm going to be happy to get out of this creepy fog for a while. Later that night, the teams were back at their base camp, sitting around the fire, eating a simple dinner of ham-fried rice and talking about what they'd found. After they'd finished eating, except Yuko, Yasaka kept looking over the seals while the others talked and waited for her to figure something out. Hinata sighed and gave Naruto a deadpan look. I should have known that explosion was your fault. Hey, I think we handled it well. All things considered, neither of us got hurt too badly and we got through the building to find the trap door. I'll count that a job well done, Naruto said with a huff. I think Yuko and Lee had the most eventful experiences today. Lee shivered at the thought of the hospital basement. Just thinking about the things in there makes my skin crawl. It even shook Yuko-san up. I think anyone would be shaken up after going into that mess, Yuko said as she wolfed down her food. Tenten grabbed her own arms and groaned. I didn't even see it and it's nightmare fuel. Those brains in jars, ew. Suddenly, after being completely calm throughout dinner, Yasaka threw her hands up. Fuck this array. It doesn't make sense. Everyone jumped and turned to the fuming blonde as she ranted. The seals are perfectly drawn and look like they'd work fine, but the placement and flow is completely nonsensical. These lines connecting seals are clearly for carrying chakra through the body, but they don't line up with the chakra pathways at all, which makes it so much harder for them to work properly. Not only that, but a lot of the lines just stop without even making it to the next cluster. She growled and bit her thumbnail in anger. These seal clusters are shit too. There's a seal meant to receive a signal and the other seals interpret it, sending it down the correct pathway. Except they don't because there's no signal for them to receive. It's so infuriating. I can tell this array was made by a competent Fuinjutsu user, so there must be a purpose, but I just can't figure it out. Kakashi raised an eyebrow. Could that not be the whole array? He did seem to escape from his captors after all. Maybe they didn't finish the seal before he got away. Yasaka shook her head in response. It's possible, but there's just no more space for another array that size. I suppose you could do it if you were a seal master, but I can't fathom why a master would make something like this. She crossed her arms in frustration and glared at the paper, seemingly hoping to set it aflame with a mere look. Naruto sighed and walked over to her. Just calm down, Yasaka. I'm sure you'll figure it out eventually. He placed his hand on her shoulder, only to jerk it back as she turned and tried to bite him like an enraged chihuahua. Gah, geez. Yasaka flew to her feet and grabbed Naruto's collar, pulling him in. Don't tell me to calm down. I don't want to calm down. I want to be angry and punch the guy who made this goddamn seal for making my head hurt. Okay, sorry. Be angry. Just be angry at the seal and not me. Naruto berated himself for making this mistake again. He'd often tried to help Yasaka calm down during their childhood, only to become the new target of her rage. When Yasaka was angry, she didn't need someone to help her. She needed someone to do damage control while she flew into a rage. It was cute when they were younger, but now it tended to even make Hiruzen want to be somewhere else. Probably wasn't healthy, but then again, training to be soldiers from the age of 6 really didn't set them on the path to proper mental health. Finally, Yasaka let go and sat back down, crossing her arms and legs. Naruto retreated to his seat and everyone made the wise decision to let Yasaka be angry. Anko, meanwhile, gained a gleam in her eye as she stalked over to Yasaka and wrapped an arm around her shoulders. Well, if you don't want to calm down, then how about we think of a bunch of lovely little things to cause this guy pain? She asked with a smirk, leaning in toward Yasaka. Yasaka was surprised for a second, before her face morphed into a predatory, sadistic smirk of her own. Oh, that sounds fun. The two then started whispering to each other as everyone's sweat dropped, choosing not to get involved. Guy chose that moment to get everyone's attention. Well, it's been an eventful day, and I think we should all turn in so we can be well rested for going into that trapdoor. Are you and Yasaka all right to take the first watch? A thumbs up from Anko was his only answer. Well then, I'll take the next watch after, and Kakashi after me. How's that sound? Nobody had any objections, so they all simply got ready for bed and retired to their tents. Under Tanny Village, while the members of Teams 7 and 9 settled in for the night, the people responsible for all the trouble in Tanny Village were hard at work preparing for something. A shinobi dressed in hospital scrubs looked down at the metal table in front of him. The room he was in was clearly meant for surgery, blank walls, plenty of light, with only one single door leading out to the rest of the underground compound. He swallowed nervously as he looked over the tray of medical tools. When he'd studied medical ninjutsu and how to perform surgery, he never imagined he'd be conducting a procedure like this. This would be his first time performing the procedure by himself. They had been dedicated to perfecting it since they'd arrived in Tanny Village, and they were finally ready to perform it for real after dozens of experiments. He'd wondered why their leader wasn't doing it himself. He was the genius behind all their work after all. Suddenly, the door to the operating room opened, their leader and his personal nurse walking into the room, and he snapped to attention. Sir, everything is ready for the procedure. I'm prepared to begin as soon as the subject arrives. His leader was a man in his mid-40s, pale skin from being in a lab most of his time, with eyes that appeared constantly closed, a bald head, and wearing a hospital gown. He was also covered in the seals that he'd created in addition to the myriad of stitch tattoos that covered his body. Sir, your subject has arrived. You will be performing the surgery on me, he said as he sat down on the operating table. What? But sir, this new version hasn't been tested yet. You could die, and then our progress would grind to a halt without you. I'm aware, but we simply don't have the luxury of taking our time anymore. The villagers have finally sent for shinobi to investigate the village. If this procedure succeeds, then victory over them is assured. If it fails, then all my work goes down the drain anyway. Now begin the surgery. I don't believe I need to tell you what will happen to you should you fail, he said, lying down on the table. He looked over at the nurse. Hikari, if I don't wake up an hour after the surgery is finished, kill everyone here and save my research. The now named Hikari bowed. Of course, sir. The doctor swallowed once again as he looked over at the nurse, taking her place next to him. She was staring at him with cold, unfeeling, brown eyes, her black hair tucked up into her surgical cap. Well, doctor, are you prepared to begin? He shivered at the empty tone in her voice. How their leader could be near her without getting creeped out, he'd never know. But there was no denying her skills as a nurse, and as the strongest fighter they had. He took a deep breath and swallowed his fear. Gloves. Hours later, the doctor set down his tools, staring down at his leader's still body. Now for the moment of truth. This was where it all went wrong every other time anyone had tried the procedure. Now all he had to do was pray as he completed it. He reached down to the seal on his leader's head and toward an opaque, black container on another nearby table. He channeled chakra into them, watching as both the container and the seals on the body lit up with chakra. It traveled down the seals, starting at the head and working its way down the body. After a few minutes, he stopped, grabbed a stethoscope and started listening for a heartbeat. He found none. "Oh no, no, no," he whispered to himself as he tried once again to get the seals working. He tried activating them again and again. For how long he wasn't sure, each time checking for a heartbeat, a pulse, anything that would indicate life in his leader. Just as B was about to try again, he heard a soft metallic clink entered his ears as he looked over at the nurse. She had picked up a scalpel and started toward him, footsteps as quiet as the grave. "No, please. I can make it work. I just need a bit more time. The head doctor's orders are absolute. I will carry them out to the best of my ability." Before he even had a chance to run or defend himself, she put a hand up in a half-ram sign, making a seal on his chest appear. He stared at it in terror for a few seconds, before he simply stopped breathing. She watched as he dropped to the floor in a lifeless heap, and walked carelessly over the growing pool of blood to the body on the table. "I'm sorry, sir. I'll make sure that your work is safe." She turned and walked toward the door, only to stop when a gasp for breath sounded through the room. She turned and watched as the once corpse on the operating table thrashed around. She ran over and helped him sit up. "You're alive, sir. I'm aware," he said slowly. He took a few minutes to breathe, struggling for a bit before it got easier. He looked down at his body, slowly moving around, as if moving for the first time. He gave a manic grin and pushed Hikari away, then stood up off the table, wobbling for a few minutes before standing straight. He was silent for a few minutes before bursting out in manic laughter, leaving the operating room and heading back to his personal laboratory, Hikari following with the black container. Everyone else in the facility kept to themselves as he ranted to himself. Impossible, insane, flawed. Nobody believed it could work. Nobody believed me. Well, I've done it. I am immortal. Take that, Orochimaru, you second-rate failure. He turned and snapped at one of the guards, who'd been trying to avoid his gaze. "You! The body in operating room 1, take it to my lab. Then all the bodies in the storage room." The guard nodded and hurried off. He chuckled to himself. "Those shinobi will regret ever meddling in my business. Mayori the immortal. I love it." His insane laugh echoing down the halls as he went. Chapter 6. Paging Dr. Frankenstein. The members of Teams 7 and 9 awoke promptly at the crack of dawn. Upon leaving their tents, they found their sensei and Anko talking. Anko turned to them and waved. "Morning, brats. Ready to have some fun?" Tenten groaned. "I don't know if I'd call this fun, but I'm ready to get this creepy mission over with. So what are you guys doing so early in the morning?" Guy gave them his signature smile. "We've been discussing a possible plan of attack and we've come up with a fairly good plan, but it could be very dangerous. We feel like it's almost a guarantee that they're waiting for us in that mist, and that we'll be attacked once we head inside the village." Kakashi nodded. "Yasaka, you'll be in a pretty dangerous position. So if you don't like this plan, then we'll come up with something else." Yasaka nodded confusedly. "We have one extra genin on Team 7, but they don't know that. So we want you to wait until the fighting starts, then slip past everyone and head into their base to deactivate the mist seal and see what you can find in their base. We won't know what's waiting in there, so we'll understand if you don't want to go inside on your own." Yasaka shook her head. "I'll be fine. I'll have that seal deactivated in no time flat," she said with a smirk. "I'll also try to pay a visit to the guy who designed that head-splitting seal." Anko gave a grin. "That's my girl. We're also thinking that they'll try and separate is, and with that mist it'll be pretty simple to do it. So if we do end in a situation where we all have to split up, then grab the person next to you and go together. If you find yourselves in trouble, then just run and survive until you find another group to link up with. If you manage to take out your enemies, then we all meet up in the village square. Lastly, go into it assuming that they have a way of finding us in the mist until you're sure they're as blind as you are." "Got it." Upon receiving nods from everyone, The group, minus Yasaka, turned and made their way into the village. As they made their way toward the orphanage and the trapdoor, they all strained their every sense to try and locate any ambush or attack. They didn't have to wait long as Naruto's ears picked up the almost unnoticeable sound of someone creeping up on him. He spun around and threw a kick at his attacker. "Company's here!" His attacker ended up taking the full force of the attack and flew back into a building. That's when all hell broke loose. Kunai and Shuriken flew out of the mist toward the group, who all quickly either blocked them or dodged. Guy's voice sounded over the group. "Just keep guarding. They'll run out of projectiles eventually. Then they'll have to come to us. Gonna be hard to block these." Someone mocked through the mist as a few kunai struck the ground inside the group. The trademark sizzling of explosive tags entered everyone's ears. Hinata looked down to them and widened her eyes before grabbing the arm of the person next to her, Neji, and jumping to the side. The explosive tags went off, forcing everyone to get farther away until the group was completely split up. Hinata and Neji took cover inside a building. "Are you all right?" Hinata asked as the two took a second to catch their breath. Neji nodded. "I'm fine. Are you sure? There was some shrapnel flying from the explosion, and I pulled on you pretty hard." "I'm fine. Thanks for your concern," Neji said again, a bit of venom working its way into his tone near the end. Hinata ignored it and nodded. "All right, then we'd best start finding our way back to the others." They both activated their Byakugan, and strangely enough, there was only one person near them. It was a woman in her mid-20s, dressed in a black formal kimono that fell over her hands and pooled on the ground around her feet, with brown eyes and short shoulder-length black hair. She stood in the street, staring at the building they were in. You see her too, right?" "I do. She's clearly an enemy, just not a smart one," he said as he walked out of the building. Neji Nizan wait. Sadly, he didn't, and Hinata followed him out onto the street where the woman was waiting for them. She gave a small bow. "Greetings, Konoha Shinobi. I am Hikari, and I must say, based on what I know of Konoha's clans, I did not expect a Hyuga to be the medic," she said, looking toward Hinata. Hinata narrowed her eyes. "How did you know I was the group's medic?" "You were in the center of the group. There is a small red cross on one of your pouches, and I detect the faintest scent of medicinal herbs coming from said pouch." "You could smell the herbs in my pouch and see the cross through the mist? My master has enhanced my body beyond that of a normal human," Hikari said simply. Hinata raised an eyebrow. "Wow, how original." If Hikari had any reaction to Hinata's jab, then she didn't show it. Neji chose that moment to interrupt. "Can we cease the pointless banter, please? I assume you came after us to get rid of the group's medic." She nodded. "Of course. It's basic strategy to eliminate the opponent's healer first." She held up a hand and brandished a handful of senbon. "I will attempt to make it quick." Yasaka crept through the business district, sticking to the shadows as she made her way toward the orphanage. She'd heard the explosions from where the rest of the group was and got worried for the others, but she had a job to do, and she just had to have faith that they would be all right. As she approached the orphanage and the sounds of battle started to fade into the distance, she started feeling people entering her sensory range. She'd have to go in quietly. Before going any further, she made a single hand sign, "My Seigekure no Jutsu." She whispered as her body seemed to blend into the mist. She crouched low to the ground and activated a pair of seals on her sandals, making her footsteps impossible to detect. Yasaka finally reached the low wall and gate surrounding the orphanage, and crept near to a pair of shinobi near the gate. Yasaka closed her eyes and listened carefully as they talked. "You think they'll win?" "Of course they will. Our entire group, minus us and the boss, are out there. We have the numbers advantage over them, plus with Hikari-sama out there." "Oh yeah, I forgot about her. No way they'll be able to kill her, right? And even if they do, they can't kill the boss. That shit still gives me the creeps." Yasaka's brow furrowed as they talked. Hopefully the others would be all right. For now she had to work on getting into the base. She slowly moved over the wall and into the orphanage yard, narrowing her eyes at the two shinobi standing near the gate. Should she take them out? On one hand, she could easily slip past them and get into the base with relatively no issues. There were only a handful of other shinobi patrolling around and inside the orphanage. On the other hand, if things went south inside the base, then she could find herself overwhelmed when these guys stormed in. Taking them out it is. Yasaka picked up a small rock from the ground and looked around the area before silently drawing Yum and moving toward the building, pressing herself into the wall. She then tapped the stone against the wall before dropping it, making one of the guards turn. "What was that?" "Oh, calm down. This place is old as hell. It was probably just a piece falling off. I'm gonna go check it out just to make sure." The other guard just scoffed as he moved toward her warily. Say what you want, at least he was doing his job. Sadly, he wouldn't get any points for it as he finally reached close enough to Yasaka. Like a cobra, she lunged forward, driving Yum through the base of his neck. He struggled for a second before dropping as Yasaka withdrew Yum. After he fell to the ground, Yasaka moved toward his companion and swiftly stabbed him through the heart. Without wasting any time, she raced toward the next guard, who was just about to round the corner. He didn't even have time to notice the bodies before Yasaka flew past him, slicing his head off with one clean blow. Her next target was down at the other end of the building, facing the side, so she brought her sword up and drove it into his side under his arm, stabbing through the lungs and heart. The final guard had been up on the roof and watched two of his comrades killed before he realized what was happening. He stumbled and watched as this invisible demon jumped off the ground, and just as he started running, an invisible weight landed on his shoulders. He could only widen his eyes as Yasaka stabbed his shoulder down into his rib cage with Yum. As he fell, Yasaka jumped back down onto the ground and walked toward the hole in the building, flicking the blood off of Yum as she went. People might not realize it from her bright-colored appearance, sword, and love of fighting, but Yasaka was Team 7's stealth expert, as quick as she was efficient. She had no love of killing, which was why she tried to make every blow a quick kill, some small form of mercy from the demon, she supposed. Yasaka made her way into the dining hall to find the trapdoor already opened, and quickly made her way down. It took a few minutes to reach the bottom of the steps. She looked around, finding herself in pretty much what she expected. A stone hallway with other hallways splitting off at random intervals and a few rooms scattered throughout. It was surprisingly well lit, with speakers most likely for an intercom system. As she was about to start exploring, a voice sounded over the speaker. "Welcome to my humble home, Shinobi-kun. If you'd like to dispel the camouflage technique, you may. Unlike my associates outside, I can sense you, so it's pretty much useless." The voice said. Yasaka instantly didn't like him. She frowned in annoyance and deactivated her technique, looking up at one of the cameras. "Ah, much better. Now then, Kunoichi-chan, feel free to explore the facility all you'd like. However, you should know that what you're looking for is in my laboratory. Everything important in the facility is here. You're being awfully helpful. I think you need someone to teach you how to set a trap," Yasaka said, crossing her arms. "Oh, it's no trap. I have no need to set a trap. You can't kill me. So please feel free to explore the facility, then come to my lab and we can get this little song and dance over with. Just follow that main hallway all the way to the end and you'll arrive at my laboratory. Please don't keep me waiting too long, Kunoichi-chan." With that, the intercom shut off. Yasaka's eye twitched as she started walking down the hallway, creating clones to explore all the other hallways and rooms she came across. Then, she finally arrived at the end, finding herself in front of a large wooden door. She waited for her clones to dispel, receiving nothing interesting, much to her chagrin. Nothing but empty bedrooms, a mess hall, operating rooms, and a few random storage rooms. Deciding to take a page out of Naruto's book, Yasaka created a clone to open the door as she stood back. It became clear that there were no traps as the door easily swung open with nothing happening. The clone dispelled and Yasaka walked in, finding herself in a large open room with a high ceiling. Lastly, there were tables pushed to the edges of the room, each with a dead body covered in seals on it. "Welcome, Kunoichi-chan. My name is Mayori. Tell me, what do you think of my laboratory?" Yasaka looked to the other end of the room, watching as a man spread his arms in a grand welcoming gesture. He was wearing beige monk's robes, complete with the prayer beads. He was completely bald and would have looked like a typical monk, aside from the tattoos made to look like stitches going across his body. They wrapped around points on his body to make it look like they were stitched on his arms, legs, and even one on his head. Lastly, his eyes were closed, or appeared to be. Yasaka glared. I couldn't care less about your lab in all honesty. What I do care about is finding the asshat who designed the seals we found on that poor civilian. Oh, would you be referring to these seals? He asked as he channeled a bit of chakra, making the array on his body become visible. Yes, those ones who made them? Me, you fucking asshole. His eyes widened as Yasaka shot at him like a bullet, forcing him to dodge as she slashed at him with Yum. That goddamn travesty of seal work gave me a migraine, you asshole. My Uzumaki blood burns with the desire to see you suffer. Whoa, calm down. He screamed as he kept frantically dodging her attacks. Never. After a few minutes of that, Yasaka finally stopped and leapt back. Sorry. Just had to get that out. Oh, it's no trouble. I had the same reaction when I was trying to teach the others here how to make the seals. Also, I must say, it's a pleasure to know that my array stumped an Uzumaki, though you didn't have the whole array, so it's understandable you wouldn't get it, he said in a surprisingly collected manner. Yasaka raised an eyebrow. Oh, may I see the rest of the array? He waggled a finger at her. Sorry, not that easy, I figured, she said as she got into her stance. Mayori didn't say anything as he settled into his own taijutsu stance. Without any more words, they clashed, Mayori throwing kicks and punches, while Yasaka slashed with her sword. As they fought, it became apparent to Yasaka that she was the superior fighter. So knowing she had other things to do, Yasaka shot toward him and drove him directly into his forehead and out the back of his head. Well, that was anticlimactic. Don't be so sure, Uzumaki-chan. Yasaka's eyes widened as she pulled him free and jumped back, watching as Mayuri poked at the new hole through his head. What the fuck? She put her hands together in the ram sign, Kai, then let out a pulse of chakra. Sadly, nothing changed. Mayuri gave her a knowing smile. This is no illusion, Uzumaki-chan. This is the result of all my work here. Immortality. You're lying. Nobody is really immortal. His smile changed to a dangerous smirk. Well, you aren't. They then resumed their battle, with Yasaka now on the defensive. Mayuri no longer seemed to care that Yasaka was the stronger one. He was powering through all of her attacks, and nothing seemed to keep him down. Finally, Yasaka had enough. Well, the head didn't work, so let's try everything else. Her chains flew out of her sleeves, catching Mayuri off guard. He struggled against them as Yasaka created a few clones, but before he could try to get away, he was stabbed through the heart, liver, both lungs, and the throat. Sadly, he was still alive with that damnable smirk on his face. He tried to speak, but the wounds to his lungs and throat prevented it. Oh, come on. Fine. How about this? Yasaka said as she slapped a seal tag on him and kicked him away. Mayuri stared at the tag after he landed, but didn't have time to do anything as Yasaka activated it. The tag activated and his body was engulfed in fire. The flames were so intense that Yasaka had to take cover from the heat, and Mayuri's body was slowly reduced to ash. Even as it was happening, he simply watched his own body burn until he collapsed. Yasaka got out from behind her cover and walked over to the still burning body. Looks like you couldn't take the heat. A fantastic one-liner, but we're not done here. Yasaka spun toward the new voice, watching as one of the bodies on a table sat up, clothed in an identical outfit to Mayuri, with identical tattoos, the same shaved head, and the same close-eyed expression. Though it was clearly a different person with a different voice. What in the fucking hell is this? What can I say, Uzumaki-chan? I'm immortal, just not in the way you were thinking. Now, how about we keep this going? Mayuri asked with a superior smirk. Yasaka said nothing. She just grit her teeth and brandished Yum. While Yasaka was stuck in some morbid version of Groundhog Day, Naruto was stuck in a far less creepy situation, just a bit more dangerous. He, Yuko, and Lee had managed to stick together after they'd been separated, and they were now taking on a group of 6 enemies in the town square. Naruto had removed his jacket and shirt, sealing them away in a seal on his wrist, and allowed his horns and back spikes to sprout free. He'd also grown some armored plates and claws over his hands and forearms. The 3 were mostly unharmed, save for a few scratches and bruises on Lee and Yuko. The three stood back to back and in their respective stances, waiting for their enemies to make the first move. They didn't have to wait long as their enemies shared a look before all charging at once. They were on the defensive as they blocked the attacks coming at them, until Yuko dropped to the ground and started spinning on her shoulders and back with her legs in a split. Naruto and Lee jumped up as fire formed on Yuko's feet, pushing out and forcing the circle of enemies to widen considerably. Once they were forced back a bit, Naruto rushed forward, grabbing one by the arm and throwing him at another one of their foes, sending the both of them to the ground. While they were struggling, Yuko pushed herself up into a handstand and dropped forward in an axe kick, sending a wave of flame to engulf them, scorching both them and the ground. Meanwhile, Lee ran up to the nearest shinobi to him and threw rapid-fire punches into his gut, then an uppercut that launched him a few feet into the air, finished off by a roundhouse kick that sent him flying into a building. Another came running at him, so Lee went down into a crouch and shot a kick upward into his gut. After he brought his foot down, Naruto appeared and punched the baddie in the chest, breaking more than a few ribs and throwing him back. Turning around as another rushed him, Naruto grabbed his punch, gave his opponent one to the face, then backhanded him and tossed him to the side, out cold. The three of them turned to their last opponent, who seemed to be ready to book it. Sadly, he didn't get a chance as all three turned to him and gave him a stepping side kick all at once, taking him out of the fight instantly. After all their attackers were defeated, the three took a minute to breathe, looking around to make sure there were no more nearby. Naruto leaned down and held himself up on his knees. Is it just me? Or do the bad guys underestimate us a lot? Yuko nodded. They do, though to be fair, we look like normal genin, well, most of us, she said, directing the last comment at Naruto's horned and spiked form. Lee looked over Naruto for a second. That is a very intimidating form, Naruto-kun. I would like to spar with you when we get back to the village, he said with his usual exuberance. Sure, sounds fun, but for right now, let's just focus on getting this done. I wonder where everyone else is. As if to answer his question, Guy, Anko, and Kakashi appeared out of the mist next to them, looking more or less all right. Kakashi waved. Nice work, you three. Have you run into anyone else? Yuko shook her head. No, it was just us when we were separated. Guy put a hand to his chin. That means that Neji, Hinata, and Tenten are still out there somewhere. Present, Tenten said as she walked into the group. Anko raised an eyebrow. You were alone, and you managed to take them out? Nice work. Tenten gave an embarrassed smile. Ah, it was nothing. Why me? Tenten screamed as she ran through the streets of the residential district, jumping out of the way of anything thrown at her. She zigzagged through yards, houses, across or under obstacles, desperately trying to outrun her pursuers. She also countered with her own braces of kunai and shuriken, which her enemies weaved through easily enough, much to her dismay. As she ran, she pulled out a couple kunai and tossed them down, allowing herself a small smirk as she made a half-ram sign. One of the shinobi chasing her noticed the explosive tags attached to the kunai and tried to slow himself. Oh fuck, damn it, sure dash. The resulting explosion served to disorient them for long enough for Tenten to gain a good amount of distance. She then started backtracking toward the square, through areas she'd already been to try and throw them off. It seemed to be working as she hadn't encountered any resistance, until a bunch of shinobi dropped down beside her, forcing her against the wall of a building. One particularly annoyed and burnt shinobi stepped forward. Now we've got you. However, instead of the fear he'd been expecting, Tenten was smirking. Oh, do you? She lifted a hand and gripped something invisible in the air. Things immediately went wrong for them as they found themselves bound by almost invisible wire, which was attached to the numerous weapons she'd thrown at them during the chase. The clever spider spins her web in an unexpected place to catch unaware prey. She pulled out a few kunai and shuriken. Welcome to my web, little flies. I was just lucky, I guess, Tenten said with a little smile. After everyone had taken a minute to breathe and check themselves over, Kakashi got everyone's attention. All right, now let's search for Neji and Hinata, then meet up with Yasaka. Everyone nodded, but before they could decide where to go, they all heard, and Naruto felt, an explosion of chakra come from the direction of the village's park. Everyone shared a look before racing toward the source. Neji, stop it. This isn't working. While everyone else was fighting, Hinata and Neji found themselves in a sticky situation. We can't just stop fighting. There has to be a trick of some sort to it, Neji said as he watched Hikari merely shake off yet another Juken strike. This battle had been going on for a while, and it became apparent very early on that Hikari was somehow immune to the Juken. Neji's strikes did nothing to her. The two Hyuga started moving again as Hikari threw more sunbon at them, forcing them apart. After he dodged them all, Neji rushed forward and started up another bout of close combat with Hikari, who dodged or blocked all of his strikes, until Neji shot his hand forward to grab her. He managed to get a fistful of her kimono, but upon pulling back, he realized that the kimono was in his hand, only the kimono. Neji gulped as he heard a gasp from Hinata, and braced himself for the coming battle. It would test his self-control, his will, and his ability to resist. Neji, she's not naked. What? He looked up, and indeed, she wasn't naked. She was, however, wearing a rather unique suit. It was a white onesie and clung to her body, with metal gauntlets and a chest piece with a blue and white yin-yang symbol. There were also black lines running down the length that seemed to glow slightly. Hinata stared. What is that? And why do I have a bad feeling? Hikari looked down at her suit, then back to her opponents. This is the reason your Juken doesn't affect me. With this armor, no chakra-based attacks will ever harm me. There were quite a few people interested in Mayori's research. One just so happened to be a big fan of chakra armor from Yuki no Kuni, who'd been kind enough to gift them a set to help protect Mayori's research when they'd been there. Hikari shot forward and once again fought with Neji, who continually tried to probe her armor for weaknesses, only to find none. Suddenly, Hikari held her arm in front of Neji's chest, revealing a senbon launcher, which shot 3 sunbon directly into Neji's chest. Nezen! Hinata screamed as Hikari jabbed another into Neji's neck, making Neji fall to the ground. Hinata grit her teeth and charged at Hikari, who merely waited for her. Just before they clashed, Hinata ducked under Hikari's arm and dropped a smoke bomb. As the smoke made it impossible for Hikari to see, Hinata grabbed Neji and ran, ducking in and out of alleyways. Hikari had incredibly sight and smell, so maybe something to the side caught Hinata's eye and she ducked into a perfume shop. The scent of perfume still lingered in the air. Hinata took Neji into the back of the store, set his still form down and immediately ran a diagnostic jutsu. He was just unconscious, so that was good. It's almost like the death-like state Haku-chan put Zabuza in, but the senbon is in a different spot. Still, he should come out of it if I remove the needle. She went to remove the needle in his neck, before the sound of something flying through the air made her jump back. Hikari strolled into the back room of the store, but didn't have a chance to say anything as Hinata grabbed Neji and ran out the back door, dropping another smoke bomb. Hikari merely sighed as she followed out the door and took to the rooftops. Hinata kept trying to get away, but Hikari always cut her off. Then when they reached a park, Hinata set Neji down and turned around, settling into her Juken stance. Ready to stop running? Hikari asked as she dropped down in front of Hinata. You know, you might actually be able to get away if you left him. Tell you what, how about we make a deal? Hinata's eyes narrowed. What kind of deal? Having a Hyuga would be invaluable to our research, so if you simply let me take him to my master, then I'll let you live and call off the rest of my group. She was lying, of course, but Hinata didn't need to know that. Do you really think I'm stupid enough to fall for that? Even if I was, there's no way I'd let you touch a single hair on any of my family or friends' heads. Hikari actually cracked a tiny smile. You say that as if you have a choice. I actually think I'd rather just kill you both, so let's just get this done. She ran to Hinata and they started their own battle. Hinata was on the defensive for most of the fight, trying to find a way to counteract Hikari's chakra armor. As they fought, Hinata's Juken strikes proved just as ineffective as Neji's, but she did notice one thing. As Hikari tried for another strike, Hinata ducked under it and poked Hikari in a few spots on her arm, then smirked as Hikari jumped back, her arm now limp. What did you do? That armor is a bit thin, isn't it? It's really only cloth with some seals or something to stop chakra-based attacks. Of course, it had to be thinner than real armor to hide under your kimono. But can it stop someone from, say, hitting your pressure points? Hinata asked with a smirk. Hikari's eye twitched. I see. I hadn't thought of that. She didn't have much time to say anything else as Hinata kept up the attack. Instead of the juken, she was using good old-fashioned punches and kicks, which proved much more effective, especially with the useless arm. After a few more minutes, it became clear to Hinata that Hikari wasn't even trying anymore. Given up? No, just thinking. I'd prefer not to use this, but I suppose I don't have a choice. Before Hinata could stop her, Hikari pressed her working hand into the chest piece, which started to glow with chakra. Hinata had no idea what it was doing, but she decided to not stick around to find out. She rushed over to Neji, grabbed him, and ran. Sadly, she didn't get far as all the chakra collected in Hikari's armor was expelled. Hinata managed to get herself and Neji away from the worst of the blast, and dove behind a rock to protect them from the shockwave. Hinata held Neji in close, trying to keep the needles from moving and doing more damage, and she took the full weight of the impact with the ground as they slid for a few feet. She groaned as she set Neji down, looking him over for more injuries. Well, at least it was over. The sounds of slow footsteps reached her ears, and Hinata cursed. You've got to be kidding me, Hinata said to herself as she stood up, watching Hikari limp toward her. She was heavily injured, her armor was torn and battered, and she was clearly on her last legs. Hinata stared for a second. We don't have to keep going. You can't beat me in that condition. Hikari looked to Hinata with her cold eyes. I have to. I cannot allow myself to die until my master achieves his ambitions. Why are you so devoted to this guy? Hinata asked, genuinely curious. Hikari stood there for a second before answering. Mayuri-sama was once an amazing doctor. He saved my life after I contracted a terminal illness. Every other doctor told me that I was living on borrowed time. I was a mercenary, so after he saved, I decided to follow him and be his bodyguard. We helped a great many people. His research into immortality started as a way to help heal people and extend the human lifespan. However, he caught the attention of a man named Orochimaru. Hinata's eyes widened at the name. That bastard manipulated Mayuri-sama, forcing him to conduct horrible research to achieve immortality for years until he finally went insane. Hikari was finally showing some emotion, anger, and sadness. I stayed hoping I could help him go back to normal, but that thing down in the lab, it's not Mayuri-sama anymore. I don't know what it is. Hinata nodded slowly. I guess I understand a bit. Wanting to help someone in the hope that they'll go back to their old self, I mean. She turned to look at Neji. Hikari dropped to her knees, and Hinata ran over. Hold on. You still have some questions to answer. She placed a hand around Hikari's back and ran a diagnostic jutsu. Damn it. Severe chakra exhaustion. The black-haired woman fell back into Hinata's arm, her breathing shallow. I swore I wouldn't die until Mayuri-sama's goals became reality, but I can't do it any longer. I killed my heart long ago to walk down this dark path with him, but my body has finally given up on me. If I'm going to die here, then promise me something. Promise me you'll end him. Hinata's eyes widened in surprise. Promise me you'll put him out of his misery. The Mayuri-sama I knew wouldn't want to exist like that. Hinata stared down at her for a minute, before sighing and nodding. I promise. We'll bring an end to it. A small smile blossomed on Hikari's face as she closed her eyes and breathed her last. Hinata lay her down on the ground before making her way to Neji and preparing to remove the needles. I know you hate me, Nizan, but I won't stop loving you. We're family after all. With that, she set about to finally removing the senbon from his body. A few minutes later, Neji slowly stirred, opening his eyes and looking around. When they finally landed on Hikari, he looked up at Hinata. What happened? She overloaded that armor of hers and tried to take us out with the explosion. She died of chakra exhaustion, and I also think she just lost the will to keep going. Speaking of exhaustion, you might have trouble walking for the next few hours. That senbon was pressing on a nerve cluster for a while. She noticed Neji staring at her. What? Nothing, we should regroup with the others. Kakashi's voice came through the mist. An excellent idea. "You two all right?" he asked as he and the rest of the group came into view. "We heard the explosion and figured this was where you were." Naruto walked over and leaned down. "You two look like you've had a rough time." Hinata nodded. "You have no idea. Someone help me get Neji and I up so we can meet with Yasaka." "I'll gladly be of assistance," Naruto said as he and Hinata slung Neji's arms over their shoulders and lifted him up. As they started walking, Naruto looked over to Neji with a small smirk. "So Neji, how exactly did you wind up needing Hinata-chan to save your ass?" "KAGUYA, I swear to Kami," Yasaka huffed as she tossed yet another scroll onto the ever-growing pile in the center of the lab. She'd been searching for the complete seal array for a while, but just couldn't seem to find it. "You may as well give up. I didn't record the seal anywhere. It's all in my head." Then there was that asshole. Yasaka turned to where Mayori was bound by a clone with her chains. He was in yet another body. They'd gotten to the fourth when she decided to just bind him and the rest of the bodies with clones while she searched the lab for the rest of the seal. This body, in addition to the closed eyes and tattoos, had tan skin with a large physique. "Well then I suppose I'll just keep killing you until you run out of bodies." He shook his head at her. "Wouldn't stop me. I'd still be alive. And with Hikari-chan by my side, I'd have a new body in a few days." Yasaka growled and grit her teeth. "Fine then. Maybe I'll just load this place up with explosive tags and blow the whole lab to hell." "Oh, come on now. There's no need to go ballistic on me, Uzumaki-chan." "So there is something here," Yasaka said triumphantly as she spun around. "You've been completely uncaring of everything I've done, but when I threaten to destroy your lab, then you start to care." To his credit, Mayori didn't flinch. "I have a lot of work here in this lab, and I'd rather not have to start all over is all. But if you really need to destroy it all to satisfy your curiosity, then go ahead." Yasaka narrowed her eyes. "All right then." He raised an eyebrow as she unsealed a scroll from her wrist. She unsealed its contents, which turned out to be several large metal barrels and a few gas canisters. "I keep these around just in case something needs set on fucking fire." She created a few more clones who started pouring the gasoline all over the room. As the scent started filling the air, Yasaka looked over their progress. Then, something small caught her eye. "Wait!" The clones stopped pouring as Yasaka moved toward the center of the room, leaning down toward the ground. A trail of gasoline flowed downhill, until it seemed to disappear once it reached a certain point on the ground. Yasaka gave a feral smirk as she pulled out a blank sealing tag, then quickly created a genjutsu dispelling seal. She slapped it onto the ground and made a hand sign while channeling chakra into the seal. Kai! A rush of air flowed from the seal as another trapdoor was revealed. "Clever dick," Yasaka said as she used some chains to rip the trapdoor out of the ground. Inside was a black container, perfectly square and a foot tall. It was the other items, however, that caught Yasaka's attention. The first was a large seal taking up a large portion of the floor inside. It was very complicated, but had the kanji for mist front and center. The other was a large scroll. Yasaka drew Yum and sliced the mist seal in half, nodding to herself in satisfaction before turning her attention to the scroll. She pulled it out and unrolled it. "Ha! Memorized it my ass," she mocked as she looked over the completed seal. It was largely the same, except for a few seals that went over the eyes, sonar seals, perimeter seals, and sensory seals. Why the hell would you need those? I mean, unless you were blind. That would actually make sense with the closed eyes, actually, she told Mayori, who simply stayed silent. She then turned her attention to the container. She picked it up and opened it at the top. Looking in, she was surprised for a second before scoffing. "So who'd you steal this from?" Once again, she received silence. Just as she was about to set the container down, she noticed something. She almost missed it, but she was glad she didn't. The container wasn't actually black. It was very dark gray, and if she looked closely enough, there were more seals drawn onto the sides and lid. "Oh, what do we have here? The other half of the array, I wonder." Yasaka looked over the seals, but as she did, her smile started to fade. Her eyes widened as she checked and double-checked the seals lining the container. "Beautiful, isn't it?" She turned to Mayori, whose lips were twisted up into an unnerving grin. Yasaka walked toward him, her breathing quickening, and examined the tattoos on his head. They were covering actual stitches. Slice his head open. A clone looked at her with confusion and a little worry. Boss, you feeling okay? I'm fine. Now slice his fucking head open. One of the clones complied, drawing Yum and cutting along the stitched, making the top of Mayori's head fall off. Yasaka and her clones stepped back as his empty skull cavity was revealed. Yasaka looked back inside the container, at the human brain suspended in a pale blue liquid beneath a sheet of glass, with seals painted all over it and the walls of the container. You insane son of a bitch. It all makes sense. The receptor seals on the body were to receive signals from the brain. Those lines aren't meant to follow the chakra pathways. They're meant to follow the nervous system. The chakra flows down the lines and responds to the signals transmitted from the brain, making the puppet body move. Those seals on the eyes aren't because you're blind. It's because your eyes don't work, isn't it? Yasaka asked. All was silent for a bit, before Mayori started laughing. Now you finally see the glory of my genius. Of course it isn't perfect. My eyesight went shortly after the operation, hence the additions. There are still some massive kinks to work out, but I've done it. I've found the secret to eternal life. Now I just have to perfect it. Eternal? Your brain can't spend eternity like this. It's amazing it's lasted this long. I'm aware of that, Uzumaki-chan, which is why I must continue my work. You must also assist me, he said, desperation in his voice. Yasaka stepped back a bit. What? Why the hell would I help you? He smiled. Because you've seen the fruits of my labor. You can't tell me it doesn't appeal to you, eternal life, an undying form. As a fellow Fuinjutsu user, you must understand the gravity of what my seals have achieved. The two of us together could perfect this process. Why? Why the hell do you even want to be immortal anyway? To make him leave me be. Mayuri's grin widened as he started to become hysterical. All I can remember is the hunt for immortality. All I can remember is that infernal Sannin's voice telling me over and over again. It's just like dissecting a frog, just larger. He was a criminal anyway. What's the harm? Come now, Mayori. You're in too far to stop now. Help me achieve immortality and I'll make the pain end. More and more bodies to experiment on, more and more experiments. I left with Hikari and some others, but his voice won't go away. It's torturing me, clawing into my brain. I have to find the secret to immortality to finally make the voice stop and leave me be. He turned to Yasaka, pleading, please help me. It has to stop. Yasaka stared at him, now with nothing but pity. She slowly reached to flick him out of its sheath. All right, I'll help you. Mayuri's smile lost its psychotic edge, and he took a deep breath. Excellent. Now the first thing we need to do is dash. Mayuri's head slumped, and Yasaka's clones let the bodies go. One cut was all it took. One simple swing of her sword and the container was sliced in half, the brain along with it. She turned to her clones and nodded, heading out of the lab and toward the exit back up to the surface, her clones continuing to spread the gasoline. She also had a few of them place explosive tags on the walls of the lab and hallways. Yasaka stared at the scroll in her hand as she walked up the steps. I expected to feel satisfied after finally ending this, but I just feel really bad for the guy. Yasaka arrived at the surface to find the sun shining down on her. She sighed to herself as she closed her eyes and soaked up the sunshine. Oh sun, I've missed you, old friend. She stood there for a few minutes before the sounds of footsteps reached her ears. She gave everyone a smile as they walked over, with Neji now walking on his own. Hey guys, Naruto raised an eyebrow and walked over, putting a hand on her shoulder. You okay? Yeah, just tired. I'll tell you about it later. I just want to get this mission over with and go home. Nobody had any complaints, but before they could make it too far, Yasaka stopped. Oh, I almost forgot. She dispelled her clones and held up the scroll. Hey Yuko, light this on fire for me, would you? Okay. Yuko walked over and snapped her fingers, making a small flame appear in her hand. Yasaka unrolled a bit of the scroll and allowed Yuko to get it burning. Then, once it was burning, Yasaka turned and tossed it into the trapdoor. She then held up a half-ram sign. Katsu, The ground rumbled and a massive gout of flame shot from the trapdoor, setting the orphanage on fire. Everyone but Yasaka jumped back as the building went up. Yasaka gained a satisfied smile and turned to walk toward the village entrance. Okay, now we can go home. Anko walked over and stopped her with a hand on her head. Hate to break it to you, Blondie, but we can't leave just yet. We gotta take care of the bodies. Send word to the villagers in Degarashi Port, and make sure this fire doesn't spread and burn down the whole village. A few days later, border of Tea Country, the group had been on the road back to Konoha for a few days and decided to take a well-earned break at a small village they'd passed through on the way. It was well known to the locals for its amazing hot springs, which naturally caught everyone's attention. It had been a pretty depressing day after they'd finished in Tanny village. Cleaning up the bodies proved easier than they'd thought, what with Yasaka unintentionally making a rather nice funeral pyre out of the orphanage. Hinata had said a small prayer over the flames. None of them were very religious, but they felt it would give Hikari and Mayori some sense of peace in the next world. Anko stretched her arms above her head as they all walked toward the hot springs inn. The sun starting to set against the horizon. Nothing better than relaxing in some hot springs after a difficult mission. Yuko nodded. Definitely. And the steam does wonderful things for my skin. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Well, I don't know about my skin, but there's nothing better for my training aches than the nice, hot water. Kakashi chuckled. Well, you two can top dreaming, because we're here. Just remember to make the most of it. We need to get back to the village, so we can only stay one night here. The inn residing in the center of town was one of the largest buildings in the whole village. Understandable considering it was the main attraction. They headed inside and greeted the receptionist, who looked surprised to see so many shinobi wander inside. Kakashi gave her his signature eye smile. Hello? We'd like 2 5-person rooms for the night, please. Of course, sir. Would you also like to include a pass to the hot springs? Or just the rooms? We'll take the passes as well. She nodded. Very well. The total for your stay will be 3,000 ryo for just the night. Everyone brought out their shares and handed them over to the receptionist, who then reached behind her desk, taking out a pair of keys for their rooms and counting out 10 spring passes. There you are, your rooms are 16 and 17, just up the stairs and down the hall to the right. These are your passes, you'll need to have them with you when you head to the springs, which are just through those doors, she said, indicating the doorway to her left. They all thanked her and headed up the stairs and found their rooms. As it turned out, the whole place was very traditional, which they should have expected from a hot springs inn. Sliding doors, tatama flooring, futons, though the doors did have electronic keycard locks and were soundproof, which was a nice addition. The men had one room while the women had another, and they all set about to getting their things set down and organized. By the time they finished and headed down to the springs, it was fairly late, so they had it all to themselves. Yasaka headed down first, wearing a simple yukata so she wouldn't have to deal with all her shinobi wear when changing. As she headed down, she passed another couple and what looked like their son wearing yukata like her. They shared a nod as they passed, but it seemed like they were too absorbed in their conversation that they didn't pay too much attention to her. After they'd passed her and went up the stairs, Yasaka looked back at them, the strangest feeling coming over her. She felt like she should know them, but she entered the reception for the hot springs still looking behind her, and accidentally bumped into another girl in a yukata. She had red hair in a high ponytail that reached her shoulders, with her bangs hanging over her forehead and on either side of her face, framing it. She also had some pretty blue eyes. Yasaka blinked a bit. Oh, sorry about that, are you alright? The girl smiled and waved it off. Yes, I'm fine. Thank you. Are you heading to the springs? Yeah. I've been looking forward to them since I got here. Well, I think you'll like them. They're amazing. So, are you here by yourself? She asked, looking around for anyone else. No, I was just the first one down. You? I'm here with my parents and brother. They went back to our room just before me. The two simply stood there for a while, staring at each other. Yasaka tilted her head. This may seem strange, but have we met somewhere? I was actually about to ask you the same thing, she said with confusion. Suddenly, another woman's voice came from the direction of the hotel. Nozomi-chan? Are you coming? Your father and I need to talk to you and your brother. The girl, who Yasaka guessed was named Nozomi, jumped. Oh, sorry. I need to go. It was nice to meet you. Hope you enjoy the springs, she said as she hurried off. See you, Yasaka said after her. She then turned and talked to the receptionist before heading into the women's springs. She headed inside after changing into a towel, then settled into the water before removing it. After relaxing for a minute, the rest of the girls came in and settled in with her. They all relaxed for a bit, enjoying the silence before Anko spoke up. So, who wants some sake? She asked, bringing up a jug of sake and some saucers. Hinata bristled. Absolutely not. Not again. Her eye twitched violently as Yasaka swam over. Yasaka-chan. Yasaka rolled her eyes. Oh, calm down. I'm only gonna have one this time, I promise. She got a saucer from Anko and took a sip, sighing in contentment. Anko grinned at her as she downed her own drink. That's my girl. Learn to live a little, Hinata. She turned to Tenten and Yuko. Want some panda girl? How about you chili pepper? Tenten nervously shook her head. No thanks, drinking isn't my thing. Yuko slid lower into the water. No thank you, I just want to soak. She closed her eyes in contentment and sunk until just her nose and higher were above the water. Anko pouted for a minute. You guys are no fun. Here I wanted to see you all get into some drunken shenanigans. Guess I'll have to wait until another time. She gained a sly grin and turned back to Hinata. So Hinata, your boobs are looking fantastic. What's your secret? While Hinata was on the receiving end of Anko's teasing, Naruto and the other guys were having their own relaxation time in the men's hot spring. Ah yeah, that hits the spot, Guy nodded. Indeed, these springs are perfect. They make all the aches and pains just melt away. Lee pounded his fist into his hand. I have an idea. Perhaps while we relax we could engage in a game. Everyone raised an eyebrow as Neji shook his head. I'd rather just relax if you don't mind. The hot springs aren't exactly where I'd like to play games. This did little to deter Lee. Come on, Neji. It'll be fun. And I have an idea for the perfect game. He pointed at the tall wooden wall behind him. We shall race to the top of this wall. Before even waiting for someone to agree with him, Lee was already about to start running. Kakashi, still wearing his mask, scoffed. That's the dividing wall between this side and the women's side. If you want to climb it, then be my guest. Just don't expect us to come to your rescue. That caused Lee's eyes to widen, and he crashed into the wall before settling back into the water. Perhaps a game isn't the best idea, Naruto chuckled to himself, before a small part of the wall next to him fell off. It looked like a wooden disc. He picked it up as everyone looked over. Replace after you're done. What the hell is this? He asked as he read the words written on the rim. He turned to put it back and promptly realized what it was for. He had a clear view into the women's side of the spring, and the view was good. He blinked as he realized Yuko was staring directly at him. She seemed to be the only one to notice, however, as she reached a hand out of the water and waved at him. Naruto waved back in a daze before replacing the disc. Lee swam over to him. What was that, Naruto-kun? Naruto's head snapped toward him. It wasn't anything. Don't worry about it. Everyone gave him suspicious looks, but he kept his silence. A while later, Kakashi decided to head back to the room and get some sleep. He headed into the room, unknowingly dropping his keycard just outside the door. Just as he closed it, two people walked through the hall, a man and a boy about Yasaka's age. How much longer are we going to be here? Tusan? Calm down, Menmakuen. We're going to be here for a few more days, so I can get everything ironed out before we head to Konoha. Now, I'm going to head down to the vending machine. You want anything? No, I'm fine. He watched his father head downstairs before Kakashi's keycard caught his eye. He bent down and picked it up before knocking on his door. Once Kakashi opened it, he held up the key. Sorry to bother you, but is this yours? It was on the floor here. Kakashi nodded. I was just looking for that, thanks. He took the card and shut the door just as the other man came back up the stairs. As Kakashi got started on rolling out his futon, he thought to himself, nice kid. Looked kind of familiar though. The red, spiky hair and blue eyes reminded him of someone. Well, probably nothing. Unknown to him, the kid was thinking the same. I have the weirdest feeling I should have known that guy. Something wrong, Menmakuen? Nah. Just thinking. They returned to their room and settled in for the night, the rest off the shinobi group following soon after. The next morning, the members of Teams 7 and 9 plus Anko set off bright and early toward Konoha. They left before any of the other guests were even close to waking up, and it was a very awkward time for Naruto. He'd spent the night dreading Yuko and the other girls, so when Yuko walked up to him and pulled him away from everyone else, he was prepared for the worst. Yuko simply stared for a second. "Don't worry, I know you didn't do it on purpose." Naruto breathed a huge sigh of relief. "Oh, thank God. I actually expected you to be at least a little mad. Even if you believed me about it being an accident. Why would I be mad? As a matter of fact, that incident aligns quite well with one of my life goals. Me accidentally peeping on you and the other girls aligns with one of your goals? What the hell kind of goals do you have?" Yuko gave a small smile and tapped Naruto's chest with her hand. "Ones that I'm sure you'll enjoy helping me reach." She then walked back to the rest of the group, leaving a confused Naruto. Konoha, main road to the Hokage Tower. A few days later, Tenten looked around the village in appreciation. "Man, it's so good to be back in a village that's not devoid of life and covered in a creepy mist." Lee nodded with a glint in his eye. "Indeed it is, and now that we are back home, Naruto-san, I challenge you to a match. Witnessing your Kekii Genkai firsthand has only made my flames of youth burn brighter," he said, pointing dramatically at Naruto. "Come on, Lee. Can't we just put it off for a while? We just got back. But if it means that much to you, then we can spar tomorrow if you want." Despite his complaints, Naruto always enjoyed sparring with Lee. He just wished that the bowl-cut sporting genin knew the meaning of restraint. While the two were talking, Hinata turned toward her cousin to once again find him staring at her. She didn't know what it was, but he'd been doing that off and on since she woke him up from that coma. He'd also been less antagonistic to her whole team, unless Naruto started it. She honestly had no idea what was going through his head, but hopefully it was something good. Maybe she should invite him to get ice cream with her and Hanabi. As the group arrived at the Hokage Tower, the receptionist did a double take at seeing them. Before calling on the intercom, "Hokage-sama, Team 7, 9, and Mitarashi-san are back." She turned back to them. "I'd head up there now if I were you. He's been waiting for you, and he and Jiraiya-sama have been pissed about something since you left." The genin gained nervous expressions as they climbed the stairs to the Hokage's office. Hinata leaned over to Naruto. "Did you prank anyone important before we left?" "No. I didn't even pull any. I was too busy training." They slowly entered the office to find Hiruzen and Jiraiya waiting for them. Hiruzen raised an eyebrow as he saw their anxious faces. "Is something wrong?" Yuko stepped forward. "We heard from the secretary that you two were mad at us." Yasaka laughed nervously. "Is it because I burnt down the orphanage?" "Because I had a good reason." Both Hiruzen and Jiraiya stared at her for a second, with the Sannin breaking the silence first. "What? You burnt down and you know what, it's not important. We aren't mad at any of you, we're just angry at something else." "Before we get to that though, it might be better to hear your mission summary first." Hiruzen nodded. "Yes, let's get that out of the way. Then we'll talk." With not much else to do, the group began recounting their adventure in Tanny village. Neither Hiruzen nor Jiraiya showed much reaction, only the barest twitch of Hiruzen's hand when Orochimaru was mentioned. Jiraiya seemed interested in Mayori's seal for a second, before that interest immediately left after he found out how it worked. Once they were done, Hiruzen sighed. "Well, it looks like you all handled this mission very well despite the danger. I'm proud of all of you. I'm going to be giving you all some time off and A-rank pay for your work." Everyone shared a moment of happiness at that before Jiraiya spoke up. "Now to the not-so-fun part. Yasaka, this is about a big change happening in your life, so if you don't want anyone else to hear it, then just say the word." Yasaka was now even more confused. "Is it about my special chakra?" she asked, referring to Kyubi. Her question was met with confusion from Team 9, minus Guy, and head shakes from Hiruzen and Jiraiya. "Then I have no other secrets. Everyone here can listen if they want." Jiraiya nodded. "All right, that's probably for the best, seeing as it's going to be public knowledge soon enough." "What? Why would my private life be public knowledge?" Now Yasaka was worried. Hiruzen let out a tired sigh, reaching into one of his desk drawers to bring out a letter. He held it out to her with an unreadable expression on his face. Yasaka hesitated in taking it. I almost don't want to know what it is. Naruto walked over and put an arm around her shoulders, giving her a side hug. Don't worry about it, Yasaka-chan. We'll be here for you no matter what. Yasaka smiled in relief as Yuko, Hinata, and Kakashi gave her reassuring nods. Guy gave her a thumbs up. We may not be on your team, Yasaka, but you can count on us as well. The genin of Team 9 nodded, with Neji being forced to buy 10-10. Yasaka took a deep breath before taking the letter and reading it. 1 hour later, Training Ground 13 was a very nice place. A large open field, some trees scattered around, and a bubbling stream ran through it, providing nice, clean water for any shinobi training there. Sadly, Training Ground 13 rarely ever saw visitors. Shinobi tended to be a very superstitious bunch, and number 13 was unlucky, therefore Training Ground 13 was a very unlucky place. Of course, most of the supposed cases of training gone wrong never actually happened, and the ones that did were no more serious than the ones that happened at any other training ground. On this particular day, however, its lack of people turned out to be a blessing. Rea-ea-ea! Yasaka yelled in rage as the Kyuubi's chakra boiled on the surface of her skin, 3 large tails flowing dangerously behind her. The blonde's eyes glowed red, her pupils becoming enraged vulpine slits as her lips peeled back in a snarl, her teeth dangerously sharp. She dropped onto all fours, growling as she glared at her opponents. Jiraiya cursed. This was not how he hoped his day would go. He knew that Yasaka would be angry, but he'd hoped it wouldn't be this angry. Damn it, where's Yamato? He asked one of the ANBU operatives with him. We sent Nico to find him, they should be here soon. Alright then, we just have to keep her contained in this training ground until Yamato gets here. Don't hurt her, just keep her here. Jiraiya had made some seals for this exact situation, but having Yamato here to bind her would make applying the tags much easier. Kakashi landed next to him, Guy and Anko following shortly after. With all due respect, Jiraiya-sama, we should be more worried about what she could do to us, Kakashi said, watching Yasaka with his Sharingan. She should be able to handle 3 tails, but her emotions are so high-strung that she can't control herself. She'll kill us if we aren't careful. Guy settled back into his Goken stance. Don't worry, Kakashi. We all know the risks. His eyes widened as everyone scattered. An uprooted tree crashed into where they were all standing. Yasaka had sprouted several chakra arms and was using them to throw anything she could reach at them. Damn it, Blondie, calm down. Anko's heart ached as she watched Yasaka's rampage. Even from long range, she could see the tears streaming down her face and the immense pain behind the anger. She grit her teeth as Yasaka prepared for another attack. This was going to be a fun day. Chapter 7. Hell hath no fury. An inhuman growl sounded from Yasaka's throat as she crouched on the ground, 2 large arms of angry red chakra forming from her shoulders as her 3 tails waved lazily behind her. She watched as Jiraiya slowly circled around her. That's it. Just stay right there. We don't attack you, you don't fuck. The Sannin ducked as his enraged student flew over his head. Bijou chakra covered hands threatening to tear his head off. Yasaka was running out of the training ground, trying to get into the village. Thankfully, she didn't get far as Kakashi landed in front of her. Doton, Dorihiki. An enormous wall of stone rose out of the ground in front of her and she skidded to a stop. Her eyes darted around before she made a break for the left. Once again, her progress was blocked, this time by Anko, Katon, Ryuka no Jutsu. Anko blew the fire on the ground, making another obstacle for Yasaka, who tried running another direction, only to be met with Guy and a few ANBU. She tensed her muscles to prepare an attack, but wasn't able to do anything as Guy appeared before her faster than she could see. He stomped the ground and threw a punch toward her, but stopped before it made contact. A shockwave erupted from his fist, blowing Yasaka back toward the center of the training ground. Yasaka let out a roar as everyone surrounded her. She sat back in a crouch, confusing everyone as small balls of red chakra popped off of her cloak, floating in the air around her. She opened her mouth and made her tails point toward the area in front of it. As the bubbles started gathering in that single point, Jiraiya realized what she was doing. Stop her now! She's preparing a Bijudama. Even if she was only at 3 tails, it could cause massive damage if she was allowed to fire it. Before anyone could do anything, Naruto rushed through them and toward Yasaka. He grew bone-armored plates over his arms and grabbed Yasaka's arms through the cloak, flinching as the chakra burned him. Yasaka let the Bijudama dissipate as they fought. The two struggled as Naruto tried to keep her from moving. Yasaka, it's me! You need to calm down before you hurt someone. Yasaka growled and pushed against Naruto, slowly pushing him down to the ground. Yuko suddenly appeared and kicked the back of Yasaka's knees, making her stumble, then pushed her back against Naruto's to help him. It was at this point that Yasaka's chakra arms acted, moving down to try and crush the two. Jiraiya cursed once more. He'd ordered them to head home, but he should have known they wouldn't. Stop those arms, he ordered as he moved forward. On it! A new voice said, Mokutan, Mokusatsu Shibari no Jutsu. Yamato rushed into the training ground and threw his arm forward, turning it into tree branches that quickly wrapped around Yasaka's chakra arms before working their way down to restrain her. He grit his teeth as she struggled against her binds. Jiraiya-sama, now. I can't hold her for long. Jiraiya wasted no time in rushing forward and pulling out a sealing tag. Yasaka let out another roar, trying to get away, but Naruto held firm. Yasaka, I know you're hurt and angry, but you need to be calm right now. His words seemed to have an effect as her struggling weakened, and the rage in her eyes diminished. Jiraiya reached them and placed the sealing tag on Yasaka's stomach. Everyone watched with bated breath as she slowly settled down, the red chakra disappearing as Yamato and Naruto released her. After a few minutes, the tag fell off, its work done. Yasaka was on her knees, her head down with tears dripping off her face, choked sobs reaching Naruto's ears. Yasaka dash, he wasn't able to finish his sentence as Yasaka dove forward, grabbing onto his jacket and pressing her face into his chest. Jiraiya turned and gave a signal to everyone, making the ANBU disperse. Guy gave a nod to Kakashi before leaving himself. Anko walked over and knelt down, putting an arm around Yasaka. Hinata rushed through the group and looked everyone over. Yasaka-chan, are you alright? Naruto-kun, your hands. Yuko-chan, your foot. You two should have known better than to just touch Bijou chakra. She scolded through the concern, though the matter was quickly dropped as she returned to doting over Yasaka. Kakashi joined them. You gave us quite a scare there, Yasaka. Are you all right? Yasaka let go of Naruto and looked up at Kakashi, some tears still present, more or less. It was the first time Kakashi had seen her vulnerable in a long time. I just want to go home. Jiraiya nodded. You got it, kid. You all take her home. I'm gonna go talk with Sensei. He thought for a second. I don't even have the will to scold you three for coming here. I would have done the same thing. Just don't make a habit of going against orders. All right? The members of Team 7 nodded. Anko patted Yasaka's shoulder. Come on, Blondie. Let's get you home. You've had one hell of a day. Naruto picked Yasaka up, bridal style, much to her embarrassment, and they made their way to Team 7's apartment, leaving Jiraiya alone in the training ground before he left back to the Hokage Tower. When he arrived, the sun was setting, casting a beautiful orange glow over the village. If only he could enjoy it. He hopped in the window to find Hiruzen drinking some sake. Jiraiya swiped the bottle before taking a large drink for himself and setting it on the desk. We got her calmed down and she isn't hurt. Well, physically at least. Her teammates showed up and helped us restrain her. They're taking her home now. Hiruzen nodded before sighing. What a day! From the second Yasaka had finished reading that letter, he'd known something was wrong. Flashback, Yasaka stared down at the letter, then started to read aloud. Hokage-sama, this may seem like a joke, but I assure you, it's completely true. And to prove it, the fire provides light for the tree to grow, and shadows for its protectors to thrive. Yasaka raised an eyebrow before looking at Hiruzen. What does that mean? It's an old proverb. It was said by the Shodaime, and it's been a tradition for the Hokage to tell it to their successors, and only them. So I'll need to ask you all to never repeat it. ever to anyone. Everyone nodded as Yasaka continued reading. Yes, it's me, Minato, and I'm alive. I know you're probably angry and wondering where I've been. I have a lot to say, so I suppose I should get right down to my explanation. The reason the Kyuubi was released that night is because a masked man attacked the location where Kushina was giving birth. He called himself Madara Uchiha and had a Sharingan, but if that's who he actually is, I don't know. He was the one who killed the people assisting in Kushina's delivery, and once Kushina alerted me with a seal, I arrived to find he'd taken the children hostage. Oh right, I suppose you wouldn't know that Kushina gave birth to triplets, another girl, and a boy we named Nozomi and Menma, but I'm getting off topic. He'd attached a paper bomb to the crib and threatened to detonate it if I interfered. He then took both Kushina and Yasaka, the latter as further assurance that I wouldn't stop him. I managed to disarm the paper bomb, but by then he'd already released the Kyuubi and used his Sharingan to control it. I found him and managed to get Yasaka away, leaving her with Kushina while Madara and I fought. I managed to injure him and release the Kyuubi from his control, so he retreated. Everything else that happened, I'm pretty sure you know. I summoned Gamabunta and fought Kyuubi while Kushina prepared Yasaka for the sealing. Her own seal was destroyed, and she was too weak to survive another sealing done on her anyway, so we had to use Yasaka. It broke my heart to do it, especially once we realized how frail she was. But we had no choice. It was a bit touch and go after the Kyuubi tried to run us through with his claw, but Kushina was able to summon her chains and stop it. After the sealing, once we heard people coming, we knew Yasaka would be alright, so I took us back to the delivery room and we made sure Nozomi and Menma were safe. From there, I teleported us to one of Jiraiya-sensei's safe houses to recuperate. We thought about going back to the village, but didn't want to risk it. Madara had managed to sneak into a heavily secured area and attack Kushina. We couldn't risk it happening again with Yasaka, and we knew that if we were gone, you'd keep Yasaka under the highest possible security. Plus, there would be far too many people eager to kill us and try to take the kids while we recovered. It was better to just play dead for a while. During that time, I kept thinking about Madara during our fight. He kept hinting that he had other plans for the Kyuubi, and this was only step one of some larger plan. I had to find out what he meant. My gut was telling me that he wasn't just a threat to Konoha, but the whole world. I decided to continue playing dead and go after him, and Kushina wanted to go with me. Of course, I wanted her to go back to the village with the kids and be with Yasaka, but she insisted that if she went back alone with Nozomi and Menma, it would have given people reason to believe that I was still alive as well and my spying would be ruined before it could begin. So, we decided to leave Yasaka in the village with you. It was the safest place for her now that she was a Jinchuriki. Not only that, but with her condition she wouldn't have survived a week on the road. It nearly broke us to leave her, but we thought that it was for the best. I know that it wasn't the best choice, but it was the one we made. For the last 16 years we've been investigating him and any other threats to the village, Orochimaru included. Nozomi and Menma are also with us, safe and sound, and we've decided to finally come back to the village. Kushina and I are willing to accept the consequences of our actions, and will accept whatever punishment you deem fit. We should be there in a week or two. Minato. Everyone was stunned into silence. Tenten was the first to break the silence. The Yondaime is alive? A shiver ran up her spine as she detected barely suppressed Ki from Team 7, Kakashi, Guy, and Anko. They all managed to rein it in after a few minutes of silence. Kakashi walked over to the wall, stared for a second, then punched a hole through it, his whole body shaking with anger. He wasn't angry at them for staying away from the village. Oh no. Like his genin, he was angry because of what Yasaka was put through because of their absence. Speaking of, everyone turned to Yasaka to see something strange. She was calm, completely collected, with her face showing no traces of any emotion. She looked to Hiruzen. Gigi, I have questions. Hiruzen gestured for her to ask, even as a bad feeling came over him. Why did my mother have a seal to alert the Yondaime while she was giving birth? He and Jiraiya flinched. Furthermore, why did it break his heart to seal the Kyuubi inside me? My last question should be the most simple to answer. Where was my Tsunade during all this? She watched Hiruzen and Jiraiya as they struggled to answer her questions. Hiruzen sighed and looked her in the eye. I think you already know the answers to all those questions. Yasaka-chan. Yasaka stared for a minute before looking over at the picture of the yondaime. She'd never examined it in detail, since looking at it always made her angry, but she traced the face with her eyes and looked at the hair. She took a bit of her own striking blonde hair in her hand and twirled it around. She stopped, then let it go as her head snapped to Hiruzen. No. Jiraiya stepped forward and put a hand on her shoulder. It's true, Yasaka. Minato is your dash. No. Don't you dare finish that sentence. She snarled, glaring at Jiraiya. It was at this point where everyone else, minus Kakashi, realized what she was so upset about. Tenten covered her mouth with her hands and gasped, eyes wide. Lee's mouth was hanging open, and even Neji's eyes bugged out. Anko and Guy were somewhere between anger and surprise, while her whole team settled on anger. Naruto growled under his breath. Those bastards! Hinata and Yuko moved onto either side of Yasaka and tried to calm her down. Sadly, it didn't work, as the Kyuubi's chakra started leaked out of her and she bolted out one of the windows. Jiraiya narrowed his eyes. That could be a problem. She might just want to blow off some steam, but maybe, Guy, Kakashi, Anko, come with me, we need to make sure she's in control. He turned to the genin. You all head home. Team 7 raised a few objections, but Jiraiya would have none of it. If she loses control, it'll be dangerous. We'll make sure she's all right, and you all go home, that's an order. They were all clearly unhappy, but they relented. Hiruzen snapped his fingers. ANBU, go with Jiraiya and follow his orders. Also send someone to get Yamato. You may need him. Team 7's apartment. The door to Team 7's apartment opened and Naruto stepped in, carrying a now asleep Yasaka. Everyone was quiet as he took her back into the bedroom and set her down on her futon. Hinata placed a hand on Naruto's shoulder. I'll make sure she's all right, then come take care of you and Yuko. Naruto nodded and went back into the living room where everyone else was waiting. He dropped onto the couch and leaned back. Kakashi gave him and Yuko a look. Normally I'd be chastising you for disobeying a direct order, but I doubt Hokage-sama will care, considering the circumstances. We certainly weren't prepared for her to go wild like that. Yuko nodded. After that, who could blame her? I can't even imagine. Naruto tightened his hand into a fist. I swear, I'm gonna give them the beating of a lifetime. Anko shook her head. Calm down, Naruto. We don't need 2 genin running wild in one day. Plus, attacking them would do nothing but getting you in trouble, so just tone down the lust for hurting someone. Kami knows that's what I'm doing right now. Hinata walked into the living room and sat on one of the chairs. She's all right, just tired. Let's just let her sleep and tomorrow we can see how she's feeling. She turned to Naruto and Yuko. I'm gonna stay here for the night if you don't mind. Yuko nodded. You don't have to ask us. This place is your second home after all, right? Thanks, you too. I just need to let Tusen know. Now let me see those burns so I can heal them. Naruto made a clone, who headed off to notify Hayashi. Everyone just sat in silence for a while, just digesting everything that they'd learned that day as Hinata healed the chakra burns on Naruto's hands and Yuko's foot. They heard a knock on the door and Yuko went to answer. Oh, hello Hawk-chan. Zabuza-san. Please, come in. Their new neighbors and former enemies came in with curious expressions. Haku gave everyone a concerned look. Is everything all right? We saw you carrying Yasaka-chan inside, and she looked like she'd been crying. Zabuza merely stayed silent and stood next to the couch. Naruto sighed. Shit kinda hit the fan today. Get yourselves comfortable because it's gonna be a long story. A little while later, even Zabuza looked like he'd swallowed something sour. Damn. That sucks even by my standards. Haku was a mix between frigid anger and concern for Yasaka. I think I might have a few new targets to practice on. The concern won out in the end as she put a finger to her chin and thought, maybe I could bake a cake for her to help cheer her up? I know she likes chocolate. Maybe I could bring some vanilla ice cream as well. Zabuza perked up at that. Oh, I'd accept if I were you. Haku's homemade ice cream could put every ice cream place in the nations out of business. Everyone stared at him, not used to him being so enthusiastic. You think I'm joking? While we were traveling, we'd actually try to find ice cream that was better than Haku's. Never did. Yuko was now very interested and was nodding her head rapidly. Hinata just gave a grateful smile. I think she'd like that. Thank you, Haku-chan. Everyone chatted for a bit before Naruto received the memories from his clone, then stood up and stretched. Damn. I've never seen Hayashi-sama that angry before, and I don't think I ever want to again. He told the Hyuga head about what the letter had said, and oh boy was he not happy. Well, I don't know about you guys, but I'm gonna head to bed too. It was still a bit earlier than normal, but he was emotionally beat. Anko nodded as she and Kakashi stood. Well then, we'd best get out of here. Wanna go get hammered, Kakashi? I would love that, Kakashi said as he went to follow her out the door. You wanna come Zabuza? Said Swordsman shrugged and headed after them. Far be it from me to turn down a drink. Haku gave them a bow. I'll stop by tomorrow morning and see about bringing that cake and ice cream over. With that, Team 7 minus Yasaka were left in their apartment. Hinata gave her two teammates a serious look. Yasaka's a pretty tough girl, but this is bound to leave some scars, so we'll have to reassure her that we're here for her. All right? Naruto nodded. Don't worry. We'll all help her through this. For right now, though, I'm heading to bed. Naruto headed back to the bedroom to get his pajamas, then headed into the bathroom to change into his usual sleeping clothes of a sleeveless undershirt and pajama pants. He went back to the bedroom and got his futon ready. After lying down, he turned to Yasaka, who was still snoozing away on her futon next to his. Don't worry about a thing, Yasaka. I've been with you for as long as either of us can remember, and I'll be with you until the end. He lay there for a minute, making sure he hadn't woken her up before drifting off to sleep himself. The next morning, if Naruto expected the next morning to start nicely after the shit show that was yesterday, then he would be wrong. Naruto was shaken awake by Hinata before the sun had even started peeking over the horizon. Naruto-kun, wake up! Yasaka-chan is gone. Just like that, Naruto snapped awake. He turned to find Yasaka's futon empty, and her blanked missing. How long has she been gone? Hinata shook her head with worry. We don't know, we just woke up ourselves. Yuko-chan is going to ask if Haku-chan's seen her. She had clearly just been woken up as well, still dressed in her sleeping yukata. Naruto shot out of bed and the two rushed to the living room to find both Yuko and Haku in their sleepwear. Yuko was wearing an oversized t-shirt and Haku wore a blue nightgown. Naruto grabbed his sandals from next to the door and threw them on. All right, let's split up and try to find her. Yuko, you check Ichiraku. Hinata, see if Jiji, Ero-sanin, or Sensei have seen her. Haku-chan, check the top of the Hokage monument. I'll check the training ground. All right? They all nodded, but before he left, he turned to Yuko and Haku. You too. Might want to get a little more dressed. Hinata's yukata could pass for a casual one, but Yuko looked down at her shirt, then her bare legs, before nodding and running back to the bedroom before returning with some bike shorts on underneath the shirt. Haku blushed a bit, but ran home and swapped to her usual yukata. With that, they all split up to find their blonde teammate. Naruto rushed through the village, with barely anybody awake to wonder about his rush. Damn it, Yasaka, you could have at least left a note for us. His brain was going through every possible scenario for what could have happened, and very few of them were good. Once he made it to Training Ground 7, he looked around for Yasaka. He was in such a hurry to find her that he almost missed the bundle of blankets sitting in front of the memorial stone. Naruto breathed a sigh of relief before making a few clones to let the others know. He walked over and stood next to Yasaka, who was bundled up in her blanket with only her face peeking out of the top. There you are. You had us worried sick, you know. She was silent for a minute before speaking, still staring at the stone. Sorry, I just wanted to find a quiet place to think. Naruto sat down next to her. You still angry? No. I think my anger well is completely bottomed out. I just feel kinda sad now. Well, you want to talk about it? She was quiet for a minute before bringing Yum out of her blanket cocoon and staring down at it. After Gigi told me about my Ka-san, I idolized her, and I still did until yesterday. I always thought about what she might have been like, and what my life would have been like if she lived. Whenever I felt sad or alone, and I didn't want to bother you guys, I'd just imagine her being there, what she'd say, hugging me and telling me that everything would be all right. Some more tears slipped out of her eyes. Then I find out that she's alive, with my 2 siblings who I didn't even know existed, and she just left me here. The part of my brain that idolized her knows why they did it, and even acknowledges that they had some good points. I was really sick when I was younger, and if they took me with them, then I would have died. I also understand the desire to hunt down people who destroy my home, no matter the cost. She clenched her fist around him as she started to shake. But the rest of me feels like a piece of my heart was ripped out. Why should I forgive them after all I've gone through? I went through hell because of them and they just abandoned me here. What about the yandere? She narrowed her eyes in a glare. I already hated him. Now I just have another reason. Naruto couldn't help but let a little smile appear. There's the Spitfire I remember. I was starting to think we'd lost you. Yasaka scoffed and wiped the tears away. After all the shit I've been through in my life, it'll take more than this to break me. Still gonna take a while to get over though. Well, you have all of us to help you out. Plus nobody's saying you have to forgive them. If you want to, then do. If not, then don't. Gotta say, I'm a bit surprised you're still calling them your parents. I'd expected you to refuse to acknowledge that after what you said when you realized the yandere was your Tusan. Yasaka gave a wry smile. Well, they are my parents in the genetic sense. They made me whether I like it or not. No use denying it like a child. She then looked back down at Yum. I wonder, is that why you won't accept me? Your previous wielder is still alive? She stared for a minute before nodding to herself. I've been thinking about it all morning. I've been holding on to an illusion, a daydream of my Kasan and what she was like. If I ever want to move on from this, then I need to ditch that mental safety blanket and stop thinking about what she'd do, what she'd say. I need to start making my own way in life without using her as an example. Besides, I don't need her to feel happy anymore. I have something else to cheer me up now. Naruto raised an eyebrow. What's that? Yasaka's smile became more sincere. I remembered how we met. Seriously? We were toddlers. How do you remember that? He asked, surprised. She shrugged. I have no idea. I was sitting here crying. Then the memory just came flooding back. It was when we were still super little. The other kids had realized that they could be mean to me and take my toys and the matron wouldn't do anything about it. The old bitch. The two let out a little chuckle. Anyway, I was sitting in the corner, crying my eyes out while some kid was pulling my hair and calling me names. Then you came out of nowhere and pushed him down, saying, "Leave her alone." He ran off and you left for a minute before coming back with an armful of toys. She leaned her head onto his shoulder, much to his surprise. You sat down and dropped them before giving me a big grin. The matron came over and pulled you away, but you got right back up and came back over to me. She did it a few more times before she gave up, and we played together all day. We were together from then on. She looked up and gave him a smile, with something in her eyes he couldn't quite place. That was the first time I ever felt truly happy. I don't need some phantom Kasan anymore. I have that, and you. Naruto didn't know what to say for a minute. Well, now I feel bad for not remembering it myself. She let out a laugh as he continued. You'll always have me, as well as Hinata-chan, Yuko-chan, and Kakashi-sensei. Also Ero-sanin, Gigi, Ayame, Tsuchiyaji, Anko-sensei. Naruto, Lee, Tenten, Gai-sensei, Haku-chan. Plus Neji and Zabuza, even if they are kinda dickish. Okay, I get it. I already have a family, that's what you're getting at, right? Naruto gave a grin. Of course you do, but that's not why I was listing them all. I was just thinking, our little family's really expanded over the years, hasn't it? Yasaka thought for a second. Yeah, I guess it has. I suppose I did pretty well for myself in the friend department, all things considered. Definitely. Oh, speaking of friends, Haku-chan said she'd make you a chocolate cake and vanilla ice cream if you want. Oh, really? Well then let's take her up on that. I'm starving. Just before they got up, Yasaka turned back to Naruto. Hey, hold still for a second. Naruto raised a brow, but sat still. Okay. His brain shut down for a second as he felt a pair of lips press against his cheek. Yasaka had never done this before. Why was she doing this now? She was kissing him on the cheek, but still. She pulled away and he stared ahead for a second, before a voice broke him out of his trance. Ehem. Hinata's voice sounded from behind them. They both jumped to their feet and turned to see Yuko, Hinata, and Haku standing there. The resident Hyuga had her arms crossed. Did we interrupt anything? Naruto and Yasaka shook their heads and Hinata smiled. Good! She rushed forward and grabbed Yasaka by the front of her blanket, shaking her. Yasaka Uzumaki, you had US worried sick. Next time you run off like that, leave US a note. Got it? Yasaka managed a nod through Hinata's shaking and was dropped to the ground. Hinata's face was back to her usual sweet self. All right then, let's go home. Yuko turned to Haku, who seemed a bit shaken up by Hinata's wrath. So, about that cake and ice cream, Haku snapped out of it and gave her own smile. Of course, let's head back and I'll get started. A chorus of cheers answered her as everyone made their way home. They ended up staying in their pajamas that day, relaxing in Team 7's apartment, unknowing of the trials they would be facing in the very near future. Hokage's office. Hiruzen puffed on his pipe as he and Jiraiya discussed the plans for a certain big event. Do we have the exams themselves sorted out? Jiraiya nodded. We've had to change them a bit to suit the number of genin, but everything is proceeding on schedule. We've had to put a lot more work in this time. Well, it's only natural. This is the first time in over a century that all 5 of the major hidden villages are going to be sending genin to the exams. Add to it all the genin from the minor villages. It's going to be a big event, which also means a security nightmare. Make sure the ANBU are prepared and put a few extra people on gate guard duty when the time draws near. We're going to be getting a lot of merchants looking to take advantage of the amount of people as well as shinobi arriving from the other villages. Will do, sensei. So how long are you going to put off telling people about Minato and Kushina? Hiruzen's eye twitched. I was going to tell the council as soon as we finished the setup for the exams. Well, we're done. I see that. They were silent for a minute before Hiruzen sighed. Fine, Nico. Gather the shinobi council and the elders. Inform them all that it's urgent. A slight rush of air was all that appeared to let them know she was leaving. Jiraiya set his papers down and walked over to the desk. Are we going to hold off on telling the civilians and the general shinobi force? Yes. Minato and Kushina are going to receive the same treatment any other AWOL shinobi who returned to the village would receive. Their reasons for leaving will be judged by the shinobi council, and if the council believes that their reasons were justified, they'll get off lightly with only a few punishments. If their reasons are not justified by the council, then they'll face a court-martial and jail time. Just because of who they were didn't mean that they'd be welcomed back with just a slap on the wrist. Though he couldn't help but let out a chuckle at the thought of Danzo's face after the meeting, a little while later, they were all gathered in the council hall. It was a large room with nothing but a semicircular table, almost like a curved desk. The Hokage sat at the center of the table opposite the door, with a large scroll with the kanji for fire written on it hung behind him. There were chairs all around the side of the table, with the large area in front of the table clear of all furniture. Hiruzen took his seat as all the shinobi clan heads filed in and sat down on their side of the table, to the Hokage's right. The table was large enough for all of them to have ample room, with a few extra chairs at the end. The elders sat on either side of the table, closest to the Hokage. Once everyone was gathered, Hiruzen spoke. I'm certain you're all curious as to why I've called this meeting. I'll not waste any time and get down to it. 2 previously thought Kia shinobi are returning to the village soon. I just received word that they are alive and have been gathering information on the village's enemies all this time. There was a noticeable increase in KI in the room as Hayashi growled under his breath. Hiruzen raised an eyebrow. Are you already aware of this, Hayashi? A nod was his answer. Yes, Hokage-sama. Naruto Kaguya appraised me of the situation last night. I see. Well then let's let everyone else in on this little secret. That being said, he released a bit of KI. What is about to be said here will not leave this room unless these AWOL shinobi are pardoned. Is that clear? Everyone nodded before Tsum Inuzuka voiced her opinion. Hokage-sama, with all due respect, why are we being called in for an urgent meeting to be notified of this? We usually just get a memo, so these 2 must be something special. Hiruzen nodded. You could say that. 2 days later, unknown location, a certain pale-skinned Sannin was sitting in his underground lab, looking over a few experiments. He'd been thinking about trying to launch an attack on Konoha, but finding out that all 5 villages were going to be sending genin made him reconsider. If all the Kage were present for the final exam, then he might die, so it was probably best if he held off the invasion for a time. Of course, he wasn't happy with this. He'd had a lovely little plan worked out, convince Suna to side with him, kill the Kazekage, infiltrate the exams, kill Sarutobi-sensei, destroy Konoha, have a nice dinner surrounded by the burning rubble of his former home. Now all that was down the drain. He'd still be sending some genin, of course, to gather information, but sadly not much more. Well, that wasn't exactly true. As far as they knew, not much more. He had a few errands of his own to run. A knock sounded on the door to his lab. Enter. An extremely nervous shinobi entered his lab carrying a message. I believe I said not to be disturbed. 1,000 apologies, Orochimaru-sama, but we've received an urgent message from our ally in Konoha, he said as he knelt down. Orochimaru rolled his eyes. He's not an ally. That old mummy is even less trustworthy than I am. But let's see what he has to say. You're dismissed. The nameless shinobi quickly left the room, and Orochimaru curiously opened the scroll. Now let's see here. 5 minutes passed. Fuck! Orochimaru yelled in rage as he threw a table through the wall of his lab. Fucking F. Fuck. 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 Fo. Everyone in the base, including Orochimaru's own assistant, wisely chose to stay away from their normally calm master as he raged. Once the Sannin had destroyed damn near everything in the room, he stood panting for a few minutes before growling to himself. Damn it all to hell. This had better be some sick joke. Okay. He'd go to Konoha under the guise of his group sensei and validate this himself. If it turned out to be true, then he'd have to move to a new base, because he'd obliterate this one to let off some steam. A few days later, just outside Konoha, she's going to hate us. Come on, Kushi-chan, it won't be that bad. She is going to hate us. As the Namikaze family approached the massive main gates of Konoha, Kushina kept having a miniature freakout with every step. What if she doesn't want anything to do with us? What if she gets worked up and hurts herself? That defect has no doubt only gotten worse. Oh, I can't imagine how hard life must be for her. I want to help her and take care of her. But I'm so afraid she won't give us a chance. Minato flinched under the hood of his traveling cloak, an item shared by all the other members of the group. We'll just have to prove to her that we care, and hope that she understands why we left her. Hopefully then we can work on building a relationship. You're right, I just have to think positive. I wonder what she looks like now. She was such a beautiful baby. She must have boys flocking to her. The other male of the group squawked indignantly. No way in hell. She's too delicate to be dating anyone. Minato shook his head with a sigh. Menmaku and I know you're protective of your sisters, but you can't stop them from living their lives. Yasaka-chan might be a fragile girl, but I'm sure she doesn't want to be a shut-in for the rest of her life. Nozomi nodded. I'd really appreciate it if you calmed down on that, Menmenai. I'd like to get a boyfriend sometime in the future, and I'd rather not have to beat you down when I come introduce him to Tu-chan and Ka-chan. She understood her brother's desire to protect their elder sister, but she didn't want to control her life. The two of them had wondered what their sister would be like. Menma imagined a fragile girl who needed a protector, someone to keep safe at all costs. Nozomi had dreams of a loving older sister who she would gossip and talk about boys with. As they reached the gate, the siblings' eyes wandered over the gate and walls. They'd grown up hearing stories about the village, and now they were finally here. The group approached the gate guards, who seemed to be barely able to stay awake. Once they got a look at the faces inside the hoods, they snapped up. Kotetsu's jaw hit the floor. Holy shit, it's actually true. Izumo nodded. Let's just drink after this. He shook his head before looking up at Minato. Hokage, Saruto, Sandame, Hokage-sama wants to see you immediately. If that's okay, Yandame-sama. Minato nodded with a nervous look. Yeah, we'll head right there, thank you. As they headed through the village, they looked around, making sure to keep their faces hidden. Man, this place doesn't seem like it's changed, but everything looks so different. Kushina nodded. Well, we've been gone a long time, Some things were bound to change. While they were walking, Nozomi looked around at all the people and buildings. It felt so weird knowing that she would be seeing the same buildings day after day. They'd moved around so long and so quickly that she never had the time to remember those things. Felt really good to finally have a real home. Once they reached the Hokage Tower, they headed up to the receptionist, and Minato's eyes widened in surprise. "Shizuka-san? You haven't aged a day." She looked up at him. "Ah, you really are alive. All right then, head on up." She waved them into the office and returned to her paperwork. Minato shrugged and the group headed up, and as Minato held a hand up to knock, Hiruzen's voice sounded, "Come in, Minato." He sighed and headed in, Kushina, Menma, and Nozomi filing in after him. They all removed their cloaks and sealed them away. Minato was wearing blue shinobi pants and sandals, a black t-shirt, and a white jacket like the one he wore when he was younger. Kushina wore a red kimono with straw sandals, Nozomi wearing a similar outfit, but with a blue kimono. Lastly, Menma wore a pair of black sandals, shinobi pants, and a red long-sleeved shirt. Hiruzen took a breath. "Well, I suppose you don't need me to tell you how much trouble you're in." Kushina nodded. "We can't begin to tell you how sorry we are, Hokage-sama. We thought we were doing the right thing." A new, but familiar voice appeared. "We gathered that much from your letter," Jiraiya said as he entered through the window. "Kid, you have no idea how much you've fucked up. Why the hell didn't you contact us? We couldn't risk it." Even with how few people knew about Kushina's location, Madara still got it somehow. "We couldn't take the chance that it would leak out again. I know we could have done a lot of things better, but by the time everything was said and done it was too late to stop. We made our choice and we stand by it," Minato said with conviction. Hiruzen looked to Kushina. "Do you?" She nodded and he sighed once more. "Well then let's get this over with. The council should be gathered by now. I've informed them of the situation and they very much want to hear about your reasons for leaving." Team 7's apartment. Yasaka sat at home, flipping through a magazine and humming to herself. It had been a relatively uneventful few days, which she was thankful for. Everything finally seemed to be settling into a semblance of normalcy. Of course, there was the lingering tension as they all waited for her family to arrive in the village. Her team was currently out shopping for groceries, which she opted out of. She hated housework tasks, and if she had an excuse to get out of them, then she damn well would. Her humming was interrupted by a knock on her door. She raised an eyebrow and walked over to open it. On the other side was a face, or rather a mask, she'd become very familiar with. "Hey Nico-san." "What's up?" said Cat-masked ANBU waved. "Hello Yasaka-san. I'm afraid I can't tell you what I'm up to at the moment, council business." Her voice took on a very hinting tone. "A few VIPs have arrived at the Hokage Tower and I've just finished alerting the council. I just stopped by to see how you're doing. Well, have a nice day." With that, she vanished in a shunshin. Yasaka's eyes widened as she processed what Nico had told her. So they were finally here. She stood there in the doorway, debating and arguing with herself before leaving the apartment. She debated grabbing Yum and her gear, but decided against it. She wouldn't need them. As she slowly made her way through the village, she couldn't help but notice all the glares and comments. Usually she would just ignore them, but she wondered how they would change if the news came out. Hiruzen had told them what would happen with the council, and she'd been thinking about it a lot. If they got locked up, should she visit them? Would they ask for her? If they got let off, then how would the villagers take the news, especially concerning her? Well, it really didn't matter, she supposed. She'd never cared what they thought of her before, so why should she care now? She realized that she'd come to the Hokage Tower and started heading toward the council chambers. She'd just pop in, say hello, then leave. Meanwhile, Minato and Kushina had just finished recounting their tale to the council, who were decidedly not happy. They clan heads seemed to have a silent conversation with their eyes, then nodded to Hiruzen. The aged Hokage nodded back and stood up, looking to the Namikaze family. "Before we pass out verdict, we would like to hear exactly what information you've discovered." Minato was about to answer, before a commotion sounded from outside the door. Hiruzen's eyebrow twitched. He had a feeling he knew what was coming, There were raised voices, sounds of fighting, and the odd sound of breaking glass. Jiraiya chuckled to himself. Here she comes. I was beginning to think she wouldn't make an appearance. The commotion stopped and the door opened just enough to let a figure inside. It was Yasaka. She looked calm and a bit curious. Everyone turned to her as she walked inside. I'm sorry to interrupt. I just need to take care of one thing. Hiruzen gave her a look. Yasaka-chan, this is a council meeting. You can't just barge in. The Namikaze family were stunned as they heard her name. They'd thought she'd be in a wheelchair, or at the least accompanied by a nurse. Nozomi, however, quickly recognized her. Before any of them could say anything, she started toward them. As she approached them, Minato and Kushina couldn't help but marvel at how she'd grown. She was beautiful. The long flowing hair, bright blue eyes, smooth skin. The bright teeth she showed as her lips peeled back into a snarl. Wait, that? How? Yasaka said as her footsteps turned into stomps. Dare! As she approached, Kushina became aware of the fact that her hand was curling into a fist. This was a problem. With her condition, if she hit them, she could break her hand. She reached Minato, her eyes flashing with rage as she took one more step and pulled her fist back. You! She screamed as her fist crashed into her father's face. Instead of her being hurt like everyone suspected, Minato was sent flying, crashing into the wall and putting a dent into it. Kushina watched with a shocked look as Yasaka turned to her and stared for a minute. There was a strange look in her daughter's eye as she looked Kushina up and down, almost as if she was looking for something. Kushina couldn't help but feel nervous. Those eyes were so intense. She'd prepared herself for anger and some tears, but not the hard, cold stare Yasaka was giving her. Yasaka stared into her eyes for a minute, before she scoffed and turned away, heading to the council chamber door and closing it behind her. The chamber was in a stunned silence for a few minutes before Minato pulled himself out of the wall. That punch was damn hard. It nearly broke his jaw. He turned to Hiruzen. Hokage-sama, was that really? Yes, that was your daughter. As you can see, she's not only inherited Kushina's temper, but is also completely healthy. Menma voiced his opinion. That should be impossible, right? I thought that defect was incurable. Hiruzen nodded. It was, but none of the other people who had it were Jinchuriki. Let alone one housing a bijou who can heal damn near anything. At this point, I wouldn't be surprised if it could regrow a limb. She had no idea she was ever even sick until I told her after she became a genin and gave her the Uzumaki scroll. Minato was even more surprised when he heard that. So it really could heal her. We'd suspected Kyuubi's healing factor could lessen its effects, but not outright cure it. He idly rubbed his cheek where Yasaka hit him. So she's a genin now? Indeed, Hiruzen answered. She passed the advanced genin exam with 3 others when she was 12, and she's one of the village's strongest genin. She's made me very proud, and it's been a pleasure watching her grow up, he said with a pointed look. Kushina flinched at the jab, thinking to herself as Minato recounted everything they learned. Well, I suppose I'd best get down to saying everything we've learned. He took a moment to gather his thoughts. First of all, I should warn you about Otogekure. Orochimaru is the leader, and the whole place is a cover for him to do his dirty work. The actual village doesn't even exist. Speaking of Orochimaru, he used to be involved with an organization called Akatsuki. Minato was the only one who noticed the quick look Jiraiya and Hiruzen shared. They act as mercenaries, and they're composed entirely of S-rank rogue shinobi. However, Madara seems to have ties to them. It took the better part of the time we were gone to track down that masked son of a bitch, but I finally learned that he'd been sighted with men in black cloaks with red clouds, which led me to my investigation of Akatsuki. I've been watching them for a long time, and while I don't know what their exact plan is, I know it involves the Jinchuriki, and if Madara is involved, then it can't be good. I have some information on all the members as well, with some other info I've gathered on various threats to the village and the nations in general. As Minato talked, Kushina was lost in her own little world. Just from that tiny little interaction with Yasaka, she could tell that she was nothing like what they were expecting. She wasn't a fragile girl at all. She was a kunoichi, and a strong one. Even though she knew she shouldn't, Kushina felt a little bit of pride swell inside her. Yasaka had grown into a strong young woman. Now if only they'd been there to see it. No, she couldn't think like that. They'd find a way to apologize to her and make it up to her. And she wouldn't rest until she did. Though, even if Yasaka never forgave them, she'd still keep trying to make her happy. A while later, Minato had finished explaining every little thing they'd learned. From everything about Orochimaru, Akatsuki, and every little solitary threat to the village they'd investigated. The council listened quietly, before Inoichi Yamanaka raised a question after Minato seemed to stop. So what made you decide that now was the time to come back? Minato gave a nervous grin. Well, I got caught. Flashback about 1 month prior, Minato strained his eyes and ears as he slowly emerged from the shadows near the top of one of AIM's many towers, covered by a certain technique both his teacher and daughter also used, though he didn't know the latter did. Under the camouflage technique, he was wearing a set of ANBU gear and a face mask. After months of observing AIM's patrols and routines, as well as gathering information, he'd finally managed to find a way to slip into the village proper. He'd been skeptical about the sightings of his masked enemy in AIM, but after so long not getting anything, he had to take the chance. Apparently, the leader of AIM was spotted with a mysterious masked man several times over the past few years, so he'd set up some surveillance seals in the AIM leader's personal quarters and get out before anyone knew he was there. It tested the limits of his stealth capabilities to get to the leader's tower without being spotted, even with the Maisegikure no Jutsu, but he somehow managed it. He approached the opening near the top, his form shifting as he slowly approached. As he was about to make his way inside, he heard the door inside open. He froze at the mouth of the opening, listening as 2 voices reached his ears. The first was a woman. "Do you know why he wanted to meet us so suddenly?" A grave male voice answered. "No, but I can only assume it's about our final goal." A vaguely familiar swirling sound gave Minato pause. Then his eyes widened as he heard an all-too-familiar voice. "Indeed it is, my friends. He was here." Minato's eyes narrowed as a small smirk crossed his face. "Gotcha. We've been preparing for a long time, and though we were set back by Orochimaru's betrayal, I believe we're finally ready to begin our plan in earnest." The woman asked a question. "So shall we begin hunting the Jinchuriki?" A rock settled in Minato's stomach. Yasaka would be in danger. Madara answered, "Not just yet. Keep gathering information on them for a while. We'll need to make sure we don't make any mistakes. However, if the opportunity presents itself, then I don't see why we can't dash." He stopped. Minato got a bad feeling just a second after the talking ceased. A slight sound caught his attention as he looked over to see a part of the tower melting. It formed into a shape almost like a Venus flytrap, which promptly tried to grab him. He jumped to the side into the building directly in front of Madara. The woman and the Akatsuki's leader were both in shadows across the room, and he couldn't make out any features on them. Madara gave a little chuckle. "Well, looks like you'll need to step up AIM's defenses." He activated his Sharingan to see through the technique, and his eyes shot open. "Impossible? You're still alive?" Minato dropped the jutsu. Surprise. Taking advantage of Madara's surprise, Minato disappeared in his trademark technique. Madara stared for a second before growling, "Damn you!" He turned to his colleagues. "It seems like we may need to alter our plans a bit." Hiruzen listened with his usual patience, and once everything that needed to be said had been said, Hiruzen activated a privacy seal over the table and conversed with the clan heads. "Minato and Kushina Namikaze, though the council does not agree with your actions, we find your reasons for leaving the village valid." The family breathed a sigh of relief. Hiruzen continued, "The both of you shall be reinstated to the rank of Jounin, but for going AWOL, you will both be barred from leading missions for 6 months and will be watched by ANBU until once again deemed trustworthy. Kushina, you expressed your desire to become a reserve shinobi when you learned you were pregnant. Do you want to continue that?" "Yes, Hokage-sama." "Very well. Also, Minato." Hiruzen made sure Minato was paying attention. "You will not be getting this hat back." "Understood." Minato flinched, but nodded. "Yes, I understand, Hogue-sama." "Good. With that, I think this meeting is done. You're all dismissed. Minato, Kushina, you'll find that your old property is still vacant." Yasaka had no interest in moving in, but I kept it secure in case she changed her mind. He tossed them a key and made his way back to his office, not letting his residual anger show. As the clan heads walked past him, Minato felt the stares on him. He knew people wouldn't be happy, so he'd expected this. As he was about to turn to his family, a lazy drawl reached his ears. Minato, Kushina. They turned to see an old friend, Shikaka Nara, looking at them. We've all made mistakes. Kami knows that. Just give them some time and they might come around. Whatever happened, you two are still people we've grown up with, and friendships like that aren't so easily severed. At the same time, a lot of people have grown pretty attached to that girl, and finding out you left her to everything that happened, some people might not forgive you. He turned his gaze to the Hyuga clan head, Hayashi especially. He's been looking out for that girl for a long time, and I bet he sees her almost like another daughter. Nozomi spoke up, less nervous now that the meeting was over. Everything that happened? What happened? Did someone hurt her? Her worry was shared by her brother. If someone hurt her, I'll make them wish they were never born. Shikaku shook his head. It's not my place to say. Just know that if you plan on convincing her to forgive you, then drop the protective bit. She despises it when people say things like that. To her, it's like you're saying she can't protect herself. With that, he left them alone in the chamber. They stood there for a minute, absorbing the events of the day before following him out. As they entered the hall, they became aware of the figure leaning against the opposite wall. A very familiar blonde one. Yasaka stared at them, looking each of them over before pushing herself off the wall. As she made her way over, Minato spoke up, Yasaka save it. I only stayed here for one thing. She raised a hand and pointed at Kushina. You, where's Akumu? Kushina blinked a bit. What do you mean? Hokage-sama mentioned he gave you the scroll. Wasn't it in there, or wherever Yum was? Yasaka narrowed her eyes. Don't give me that. It's not in the scroll and you know it. There are only two options as to where it could have gone. Either you hid it somewhere or you still have it. You didn't take it with you. If you did, then you would have taken Yum as well, so that means you hid it where? Yasaka-chan, I don't know what to tell you. Akumu was in the scroll. Don't you lie to me. You contained the QB before I did, so you know I can sense it when you do. A tiny flinch from her mother was all she needed to see. Aha! Got you. After all the shit I've gone through because of you, then I think I deserve to have the missing other half of my birthright. Kushina's eyes widened a bit. Gone through? What happened? Are you all right? She stepped forward to examine Yasaka. Yasaka backed up a step. Don't act like you care about me. Just tell me where Akumu is. Nozomi stepped forward between them. Hold on. Why don't we just calm down? She pushed Kushina back a bit before turning to face Yasaka. I'm Nozomi. You're Muto. I've wanted to meet you for a long time, Nei-chan. Though I suppose we have already met once before. Yasaka raised an eyebrow. Oh. You're the girl from the hot spring inn. Her eyes widened as a humorless smile appeared on her face. Oh, that's rich. So the people I passed on the way to the springs must have been. She didn't need to continue the sentence as the rest of the family caught on. Memna also came forward. Well, now we can be properly introduced at least. I'm Menma, the middle kid. It's really great to finally meet you. Thanks. That was something Yasaka wasn't used to hearing. She shook her head. Look, I really just want to know where Akumu is. And as nice as this reunion is, I have to make it home before my team wonders where I've gotten to. Truth be told, she wouldn't be too opposed to spending some time with her siblings, but not in the company of her parents. If you don't want to tell me, then I can take more extreme measures. Minato raised a brow. What exactly is that supposed to mean? A small amount of ki arose from Yasaka as she glared at him. It means that I'll have to make her give it to me. She turned back to Kushina. I call for a trial of the blades. Kushina gasped as everyone else got confused. Yasaka, are you really willing to go that far? Yasaka smirked viciously. You're damn right. Now what are you going to do? Menma shook his head and interrupted. Hold on. What exactly is this trial? Kushina and Yasaka stared at each other, with the redhead explaining. If the heir to the Uzumaki feels that they are ready to wear Yum and Akumu, but the head doesn't agree, then a trial of the blades is called. I will propose a trial to Yasaka. and if she manages to complete it, then both swords are hers. She turned to her two younger kids. It's a very old tradition, and was very rarely used even before Yuzu was destroyed, so I didn't see any need to teach you about it. Yasaka's smirk widened. You will propose a trial? I'll take that as a yes. Kushina spent a minute thinking to herself before looking to Yasaka with a pleading look. Yasaka, please don't do this. You don't understand. Akumu had to be hidden away. I don't want your excuses. Are you going to agree to a trial or not? Kushina grit her teeth and struggled with herself for a bit. She couldn't let Yasaka have Akumu. If she did, then she'd get herself killed. Maybe the trial was the best way to stop her from getting Akumu. She'd just have to come up with a trial too difficult for her to accomplish. At the very least, it would buy time to convince her not to go near that damn sword. All right, meet me at the Uzumaki mansion in the clan district tonight at midnight. Alone. Then we'll conduct your trial. Yasaka nodded and seemed to settle on a bit. Naomi once again stepped in to try and lighten the mood. Well, trials are all well and good, but the family is all together again. Why don't we go out and have some fun? Menma agreed and her parents looked hopeful. Yasaka shook her head. No thank you. I have no intention of involving those two in my life more than I have to. They seemed to deflate at this, and Yasaka gained a more sincere smile. Though, I guess I wouldn't mind getting to know you too, she said, much to their happiness. Maybe we could do something together? As siblings? Menma nodded. That sounds good. Maybe we can go out to ramen sometime? Sure, that would be nice, she said, genuinely satisfied. But for now I need to get going. See you tonight, Ka-san, she said as she walked away. Minato put a hand on Kushina's shoulder. Kushi-chan, do you really need to do this? I know you don't like using Akumu, but… Kushina nodded. Minato-kun, it's not that I don't like using Akumu. It's a clan secret as old as Akumu itself, and it's the reason why only 2 Uzumaki have ever used Akumu in battle. She swallowed, anxiety welling up inside. Yasaka can never have that sword. For her own good. That night, Namikaze's house. As the clock approached midnight, Kushina sat on the porch of her new/old home in the clan district. It was a large traditional-style mansion, not as large as the Hyuga or the Senju, but pretty good-sized. It was for any visiting Uzumaki and was made by Hashirama Senju himself, with a bamboo forest and a few normal trees surrounding the building. She'd lived here when she moved to Konoha, and Minato had moved in after they'd gotten married. She'd hoped this would be a place for her family to grow up in, but those dreams were a far cry from the reality she'd made for herself. She heard footsteps sound next to her and looked over to see Menma approaching her. Menma-kun, what are you doing up? You should be in bed. We have to go talk to Hokage-sama about you and your sister tomorrow. He nodded. I know, I just couldn't sleep. Why not? She asked, patting the spot beside her. He sat next to her and took a breath. I was thinking about Nei-chan. Oh, me too, Kushina said, looking down at the grass. I just can't stop wondering what everyone meant about what she went through. I understand being an orphan, but it seemed like there was more to it than that. Do you think people found out she contained Kyubi? Kushina nodded. I was thinking that as well. She'd been thinking about it all day, and that was the only exploitation. Someone had blabbed about her Jinchuriki status. She had no doubt that Hiruzen would keep it secret, but if someone talked then, well, she'd talk to Yasaka about it tonight. It's getting to be about that time. You should head to bed before your sister gets here. Wait, let me stay, Menma asked, jumping to his feet. Kushina stood up from the patio and dusted her kimono off. No, this is something best kept between us. We need to settle this alone. She gave a small smile. Now get to bed. You have an early start tomorrow. Menma frowned, but nodded. He turned, but just before entering the mansion, he turned, Ka-san. He made sure she was listening before continuing. I don't know why you don't want Nei-chan to have Akumu, but I do understand that you want to protect her. But if she'd been a genin since she was 12, and has dealt with everything bad that comes with being a Jinchuriki, then I think she's way stronger than any of us gave her credit for. Kushina seemed surprised by his words. I think I might understand what that guy in the council chamber meant. She must hate it when people think they can steer her life for her. Kushina stood there for a second. I'll keep that in mind, Sochikun. Menma nodded before heading into the mansion. A few seconds after he left, Kushina turned to the path leading up to the mansion. You could have joined us, you know? The air shifted as Yasaka appeared in front of the house. I didn't want to interrupt your nice family moment. Now, what's my trial? Kushina frowned. You're a part of this family as well, and I'll do anything to make you realize that. I know I am. I just don't want to be. Yasaka said with her own frown. They stared at each other for a second before Kushina shook her head. Come on, we'll conduct the trial over this way. She turned and led Yasaka behind the mansion, through a garden, and into a large open field with tall grass and flowers all around. The moon shone down on them as they both stood in the center of the field. Kushina walked away from Yasaka and turned around. Are you ready to begin? Yasaka nodded. Before we start, I want to know exactly why you refused to give me Akumu. Kushina looked like she knew the question was coming. Sorry. I couldn't tell you earlier because it's a secret meant to be kept between the Uzumaki head and their heir. She took a second to collect her thoughts. What do you know about Yume's history? Yasaka raised an eyebrow, her eyes moving down to the purple sword hanging at her waist. According to the scroll, it was created by the second head of the Uzumaki, Genichiro Uzumaki, when he was a Reinager to protect the clan from all threats. What does this have to do with Akumu? Akumu's history was stricken from the scroll and all records, because it was created for a purpose both the same as Yume's, but completely opposite at the same time. Kushina's eyes took on a sad look. According to my father, soon after Genichiro took his position as clan head, the clan was attacked and many lives were lost. The clan was still young then, so they weren't quite as strong as they were when they were wiped out. Men, women, and children were slaughtered like animals by a feudal lord and his council, who were angered by the Uzumaki refusing to join his army. Genichiro was furious after the attack, and he wanted to punish everyone who dared attack his family. However, Yume was made to protect, not for wanton slaughter, so he made another sword. Akumu, Yasaka guessed. Kushina answered with a nod. He hunted down every soldier who took part in the attack, every lord who had a part in ordering it. Akumu was created and baptized in blood and anger. It is a sword that lusts for blood, so much so that just drawing it will make you feel the fear of its victims. To this day, Genichiro Uzumaki is the only Uzumaki to draw out its full power. Everyone after him who tried to earn Akumu's acceptance were either scared off by its evil aura or severely injured while trying to use it. Every one of them swore that Akumu caused their injury. The only one to ever use Akumu after its creator was Mito Uzumaki, and even then, she could never unlock its true power. Kushina rubbed a spot on her right arm. I tried using Akumu once after I became a Chunin. I thought I was ready. I managed to draw it and made a single swing. It was only thanks to my reflexes that Akumu didn't totally sever my arm. It was so fast I didn't even see it. But 1 second I was doing a normal draw swing, and the next Akumu's blade was cutting into me. Thankfully I let go, and the cut was so clean that the scar didn't last for long. She looked up at Yasaka. That's why I can't let you have it. That sword exists for nothing but pain and suffering. I won't let you get killed trying to master it. Now do you understand? Yasaka was silent throughout the story and looked at Kushina with a serious expression. When we first got here, I wanted Akumu. Her face split into her signature predatory smirk. But now I have to have it. What? Kushina asked, surprised. My whole life I've been called a demon and evil, and I've lashed out at people who've called me that. Now I find out there's a sword that feels exactly like I do. No way in hell I'm leaving without that sword, Yasaka said with a laugh. Kushina was shocked for a bit before managing to get over it. You're not going to change your mind about this? Not on your life. Now what's my trial? Her mother stood silently for a minute, eyes closed. I know I've made mistakes, and I wasn't here for you when I should have been. Yasaka raised an eyebrow. Nothing I say can make up for everything that we've put you through, and I know you hate your Tsunade and I more than anything. But despite that, I want to make sure you're safe and protect you from anything that could do you harm. If that means I have to stop you from doing something that could kill you by using force, then I damn well will. Kushina looked up. her eyes hard and her face showing no emotion. Yasaka was momentarily taken aback. This wasn't the woman she'd met that day. This was a woman who'd been through the Third Shinobi War, a kunoichi whose name was feared throughout the nations. Kushina held her hand out toward Yasaka as if to take her hand, and Yasaka gasped as Yum flew out of its sheath and into Kushina's hand. Kushina gripped the handle and held Yum out to her side. The blade seemed to glow in the light of the moon, the pattern on its side wavering as its true power was awakened after over 16 years. Kushina pointed the blade at Yasaka. Your trial of the blades begins now. Yasaka Uzumaki. Chapter 8, Testing Grounds. Yasaka's eyes were wide in surprise as Yum flew out of the sheath and into her mother's hand. That sealed it then? Yum wouldn't obey her because it still recognized Kushina as its master. The surprise quickly turned to annoyance laced with a twinge of hesitance. She knew this wouldn't be a cakewalk, but she'd be lying if she said she hadn't thought Yum would give her an advantage of some kind. Even now Yasaka could feel a subtle shift in the air. As Yum's wave patterns gently shifted on the blade, a feeling of foreboding settled on the blonde. She managed to push it down and took a deep breath. It would be fine. She just had to make sure she didn't fall prey to Yum's power, whatever it was. Meanwhile, Kushina was running her fingertips over Yum's blade, a soft smile on her face as if meeting a dear, old friend after years of being apart. Soon, however, the softness was gone and replaced by the gaze of a seasoned warrior. You believe you can handle a kumu? Then show me why I should believe you. Yasaka narrowed her eyes. Oh, I'll show you all right, she said quietly as she channeled some chakra into the storage seal on her sash, a katana appearing in her hand in a puff of smoke. It was plain, but sturdy and of high quality. It was also her first sword, and the very one she'd used in her genin test years ago. Yasaka took a deep breath. This would be a hard fight. Kushina might have been out of action for a long while, but if she was anything like the deadly kunoichi Yasaka had heard about, she'd have kept her skills sharp. Yasaka held her katana at the ready and nodded to Kushina. I'm ready. Let's get started. A single twitch was all the warning Yasaka received before Kushina was upon her. The clash of steel against steel rang out through the clearing as Yasaka held her katana up against her mother's crushing blow. Kushina must have seen the surprise on Yasaka's face as she struggled to hold the strike back, because she allowed a small grin to show. You didn't think I was just sitting by while Minato did all the work, did you? We were far from the village and on our own. I had to stay strong and become even stronger. So don't you dare think this will be an easy match against some simple housewife. Kushina pushed her blade forward and knocked Yasaka slightly off balance, just enough for Kushina to throw out a swift side kick to her daughter's stomach, sending her tumbling across the clearing. Yasaka managed to right herself and get back onto her feet, bringing her sword up into a defensive position. That was so much stronger than she could have prepared for. She tried to push Kushina away, but the older woman hadn't even budged. Okay, calm down, Yasaka, she thought to herself. I can't win in a contest of strength or speed, so I'll just defend as best I can and wait for an opening. Just one good strike, that was all she needed to win. It was finding that opening that'd be the hard part. Yasaka held her katana at the ready, watching for even the slightest movement. Then when Kushina came in for another attack, Yasaka was ready. She started deflecting and dodging every strike, but just barely. Each strike was only a hair's breadth from hitting her or breaking her guard, and Yasaka couldn't shake the feeling that Kushina was just toying with her. As they fought, it became clear to the both of them that Yasaka was severely outmatched. Have you given up yet? Kushina asked as she and Yasaka's blades were locked once again. You should know by now that you can't beat me. Shut it. I don't give up, ever. Yasaka snarled before finally managing to push Kushina back. Yasaka's eyes shone in victory as Kushina lost balance for the briefest of moments. Yasaka quickly acted, delivering a swift chop with the blunt side of her sword to Kushina's wrist, making her drop Yum. Yasaka drew her sword back to deliver a final thrust, and as her sword's tip flashed in the moonlight, Kushina simply sighed. Before Yasaka could process what was happening, Kushina flicked her wrist and Yum flew back into her hand. And with a single swing, she knocked Yasaka off course and sent her tumbling into the ground. Yasaka cursed herself for forgetting about that and scrambled to her feet, turning around to find Kushina already waiting for her. The redhead spun Yum around with one hand before pointing the blade at Yasaka. You will concede defeat, Yasaka. I won't let you touch Akumu until I decide you're ready. Yasaka grit her teeth, bringing her sword up once again. You don't get to decide anything. Even as she said that, it was clear that Kushina wasn't listening. She was looking down at Yum with a bit of hesitation. Yasaka realized too late what she was about to do. Kushina sighed and shook her head. I didn't want to have to do this, Yasaka. She held up Yum, Yasaka's eyes darting to it, watching the shifting blade. Before Yasaka could process it was happening, Kushina vanished. The Fuck? Yasaka yelled, looking around for her now missing opponent. She was simply gone, and Yasaka had no idea where she'd gone or how she'd done it. Wait, this must be Yum. It's gotta be an illusion of some kind. Yasaka brought her hands up into the ram sign. Kai! The telltale burst of chakra came from Yasaka, only nothing happened. Yasaka tried once again to the same result. She moved quickly, turning every direction to find Kushina. Yasaka! She froze at the voice in her ear. This is no simple genjutsu, nor is it so easily broken. Yasaka responded with a quick slash to her side, only to hit nothing. Well, this wasn't good. While mother and daughter fought, a third figure was leaning against a tree just outside the clearing. He watched the battle with mixed feelings. On one hand, if this sword was as dangerous as Kushina claimed, then he didn't want Yasaka to have it either. On the other hand, he didn't feel like either of them had the right to tell Yasaka what she could and couldn't do. Minato sighed, running a hand over his hair as another man walked up beside him. Sensei, the Toad Sage gave a simple nod. When you said you wanted to talk, I didn't think you meant over your wife and daughter having a grudge match, Jiraiya said as he stopped beside Minato, both of them watching the fight. Minato shook his head. I meant for us to talk at the house, but I just couldn't stop myself from coming to watch this play out. So, do you think Yasaka can win? He asked, genuinely curious. Jiraiya was silent for a minute before shaking his head with a sigh. I don't think so. Yasaka is an incredible young kunoichi, undeniably talented, confident, and has a will of iron. She's leagues ahead of a normal kunoichi her age. But she's not ready for someone of Kushina's caliber yet. As much as he hated to say it, it was true. Kushina just had much more experience and a lot more time to train. That said, she might surprise us. She has a habit of doing that. So, what did you want to talk about? Who leaked Yasaka's status as the Jinchuriki? Jiraiya let out a short laugh. Straight to the point tonight, are we? At Minato's unamused look, Jiraiya held his hands up in defense. Calm down, kid. We don't know. Whoever did it was smart enough to not let it be traced back to the... We have a few suspicions on who it was, but no solid proof. Minato nodded. Who are you suspicious of? The two stared at each other for a moment before Jiraiya answered. Don't even think about it. At Minato's surprised look, Jiraiya narrowed his eyes. I know that look in your eye. I tell you who they are and you decide to question them, in your own special way. Yasaka might have gotten her temper from Kushina, but we both know where she got that nasty sadistic streak from. Minato turned away and looked a bit sheepish. He should have known he wouldn't be able to fool his sensei. While everyone who knew him would say he didn't have a mean bone in his body, you don't become a shinobi without developing some bad habits. He didn't go around torturing people, but he would guiltily admit to toying with some opponents who'd done something horrible. I just want to do something about it. I know I shouldn't, but... He clenched his fist as raw anger flashed across his eyes. I want to make them suffer for all the pain they caused my daughter. Jiraiya was quiet, thinking to himself before speaking. Some would say you caused her suffering, one of which is Yasaka herself. A small flinch was all the reaction Minato had. I know. Not a day goes by that I don't wish I'd taken her with us, but after seeing how easily she could get hurt when she was a baby, I just thought that she'd be safer here. You shouldn't have left in the first place. I couldn't just let Madara run around and do whatever he wanted. I made a terrible mistake, but I was just trying to do what I thought was best. What would you do in my position? Minato asked, his frustration leaking through. Jiraiya threw his hands up in exasperation. I don't know. I just don't understand why you wouldn't even try to take her. While Kushina was pregnant, you always said that you'd rather die than hurt one of your kids. Then you both just leave Yasaka here. I get that she was weak, but Minato nodded, before taking a step forward and watching Yasaka fight. Did you ever see her when she was a baby, before the Kyuubi healed her? Jiraiya shook his head. I saw her, but she was in a special room at the hospital. The doctors didn't let anyone but her personal nurse and doctor in. I never even got to hold her until Sensei recalled me to tell me she was healed. The former yondaime was quiet. I hurt her. He took a deep breath. After rescuing her from Madara and sealing the Kyuubi in her, I finally got a good look at her. She was covered in bruises. Ugly, painful-looking bruises. I thought Madara was rough with her and she'd gotten them during the fight, so I reached into the crib to pick her up, to comfort her. Just from touching her, another bruise showed up, and she screamed. Minato shook his head, shoulders starting to slightly shake. That horrible scream. It gave me nightmares for weeks. She was in so much pain. Some of it I caused. Kushina was horrified too, and we realized she'd given Yasaka a couple bruises as well while preparing the seal. Jiraiya listened intently, his expression unreadable. We couldn't even hold her. How the hell could we have taken her with us? We couldn't even touch her. Jiraiya watched Minato as he spoke, his breath shuddering as he remembered that night. I didn't know it was that bad. Still, why did both of you have to leave? Kushina could have stayed here and taken care of Yasaka. We thought about that, and after we were mostly healed, I did a little reconnaissance in the village to see if there was anything to take care of before I left. The village was in mourning, holding a massive memorial service for everyone who died, and front and center were pictures of Kushina and I. Sandaime-sama even gave a speech about the losses and mentioned us. If Kushina had come back to the village, having miraculously survived then people would have realized that you might be alive too, blowing your whole operation to hell before it even began. Minato nodded, and Drea pinched the bridge of his nose. This really was a massive clusterfuck. While I still don't condone what you two did, I at least understand that you had your reasons. You still fucked up by not staying in the village, but we can't change the past, no matter how much we want to. If you want to make it up to her, and the rest of us, then you'll have to work your ass off. Minato nodded, having regained control of himself. I know. Do you think there's any chance she'll forgive us? Any of us? Jiraiya shrugged. With your other kids, there's nothing to forgive. There's a slight chance she'll forgive Kushina with time, but it's very slight. As for you, Jiraiya shook his head. I wouldn't hold my breath. With that, the two descended into silence, returning to watching the trial. Yasaka dropped to her knees, breathing heavily as a few drops of sweat hit the ground. Her body was littered with small cuts. Nothing serious, but enough for Yasaka to know that Kushina was still trying to get her to surrender instead of outright beating her. Yasaka stabbed her sword into the ground and hauled herself up, not ready to give in. Suddenly, Kushina appeared in front of her, Yum at her side. I know you hate me, Yasaka, but that's no reason to continue this. I know the real reason you want to do this. Sandaime-sama told me how much you idolized me before. All this happened, how you compared yourself to me. Yasaka let out a sharp gasp, confusion and shock settling on her face. Not that Kushina could see it. You wanted to duel and beat me so you could prove to yourself that you don't need me. Yasaka stayed quiet, head down as she listened. You never had to do this. You're so much stronger than I was at your age. I believe that you can learn to control Akumu someday, but not yet. Kushina got down on one knee and put a hand on Yasaka's shoulder. I don't blame you for hating me or for challenging me. I just want you to know that no matter what happens, I love you and I'll always be here for you. So, let's call it a night, shall we? Yasaka's shoulders shook, and if Kushina looked to the side, she'd see Jiraiya grimace and shake his head. Kushina barely avoided the lightning-fast strike that Yasaka sent at her, jumping back with a look of surprise on her face. Yasaka looked up, and instead of the sadness and acceptance she was expecting, Kushina only saw rage. Don't you dare act like you know me, she said quietly. Don't you stand there pretending like you know everything about how I feel. You don't know a fucking thing about me. Yasaka slowly dragged herself to her feet. I'll admit I did idolize you, and maybe some part of me wanted to fight you to prove something to myself. Maybe wanting Akumu was just some ruse I used to hide my real motivation, even from myself. Though that was then, and since this fight began, I've got another big reason to beat you. Kushina settled into her stance as a fire ignited in Yasaka's eyes. I fucking hate that look in your eyes. Kushina took a small step back. I don't care about your reason, but if you look down on me and try to tell me what I can and can't do, then I will kick your ass. You got it? With that, Yasaka gave a battle cry and launched herself at Kushina, who defended herself from Yasaka's assault. The blonde fought with a renewed sense of vigor, hammering away with strike after strike. I see, Kushina said as she deflected Yasaka's attacks. She had no idea she was making Yasaka so angry, but she couldn't go back on the challenge now. Maybe Yasaka could handle Akumu, but Kushina wasn't going to take the chance she'd be killed by the cursed sword. Her attacks have gotten stronger and faster. Fine, I'll end it right now. Kushina pushed Yasaka away before disappearing once again. Yasaka grit her teeth as she strained her senses, desperately trying to locate Kushina. Soon enough, Yasaka felt a kick to her side that sent her crashing through the clearing. As soon as she got up, she turned to find Kushina, seeing her standing in the middle of the clearing. Yasaka rushed forward, eager to take this opportunity, and tripped over her own feet. What? I tripped. Yasaka pushed herself to her feet and resumed her charge, only for her to once again collapse. I can't stay up, she thought to herself. Yasaka struggled back up and slowly stumbled toward Kushina. Once she finally got to her, Kushina didn't even bother defending herself from Yasaka's swings. Every one of them was a mile off. To Yasaka, she was swinging with attacks that should have hit, but none of them connected with anything. Kushina's eyes softened. Yasaka, don't say it. She held her sword up. I can still dash. The loud snap of breaking metal rang throughout the clearing as, with a quick swing of yum, Kushina broke Yasaka's katana. The blade stabbed into the ground near them as Yasaka stared, bewildered, at the broken blade in her hand. Kushina lowered yum. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have acted like I knew how you felt, and you're right, I don't know enough about you to say anything about your abilities. I would teach you anything you wanted if you asked, but Akumu is evil. I would rather you hate me for the rest of your life than let you get yourself killed because we took a chance on Akumu. Now stop this. Kushina held up yum, allowing Yasaka to once again look at its shifting blade. This proves it. You are not ready. The clearing was silent for a minute, before Yasaka held up her broken sword, ready to continue. I will never stop. Once I've decided to do something, I'll see it through no matter what. Yasaka took a deep breath. Keep yum for all I care. If she doesn't want me, then I don't need her. Yasaka gave a swipe of her sword that missed entirely. As long as I can still hold a sword, then I'll keep fighting, and even if I drop from exhaustion, then I'll be back tomorrow. If I still don't win, then I'll keep coming back, again and again until I finally win. I swore to myself that I'd make my ancestors proud and become the strongest Uzumaki the world has ever known. If I give up now, when I'm so close to Akumu, then I'll never forgive myself. She gave a few more swings. I know you're stronger than me, and maybe I can't handle Akumu, but I'll never win or know if I don't keep trying. Kushina's eyes softened, and for what seemed like the millionth time that day, she regretted her choices concerning her daughter. She looked away for just a second, and that second was all Yasaka needed. Yasaka managed to spot her mother's guard slipping and struck like a cobra. With the last bit of her energy, Yasaka dropped her broken blade and grabbed Kushina's wrist, turning and throwing the older woman over her shoulder, wrenching yum from her grip as she did. Kushina got to her feet just in time to see Yasaka grab the broken blade off the ground and rush toward her. Kushina watched as Yasaka brought her sword up to give the final blow, her violet eyes bright and shining. Kushina watched as her daughter held up the blade, ready to bring it down, before Yasaka's grip loosened. Yasaka's eyes lost their fire and glazed over as the sword fell from her grasp and she fell to her knees. Yasaka's face showed nothing but shocked confusion, and then nothing at all as she fell forward into Kushina, unconscious and completely exhausted. Kushina held Yasaka there for a second, her mind trying to process what had happened, before looking down at Yasaka. The trial of the blades was over, and Kushina couldn't help but let out a short laugh. If Yasaka had connected with that last strike, then she might have lost. She gently set Yasaka on the ground and moved over to collect the broken pieces of her daughter's sword, sealing them away in a storage seal on her arm. Even after her only weapon broke, the girl had continued to fight without a single sign of giving in. Kushina sighed as another thought came to her. As amazing as Yasaka's will was, how much pain had she endured for it to get that way? Kushina didn't know if she'd ever truly understand her daughter, so how could she judge what Yasaka was ready for? Kushina shook her head at the traitorous thought. As good as Yasaka was, she wasn't ready for Akumu? But did that matter? As much as she wanted to deny it, Yasaka's words had placed doubt in her mind. Whether Yasaka was ready or not, did Kushina have any right to keep her birthright from her? Ugh, it's too late for this. She grumbled to herself before calling Yum back to her hand, only for the sword to not move. Kushina raised an eyebrow before trying again. Yum didn't even shift a bit from Yasaka's grip. Wait, when did Yasaka grab Yum? It certainly wasn't in her hand when Kushina set her on the ground. Kushina walked over to Yasaka and knelt down, placing her hand on Yum's blade and channeling chakra into it. Watching the blade's pattern remain still, Kushina looked at the blade with an unreadable expression, before a sad smile appeared on her face. Is this your way of trying to tell me something? It was always said that Yum and Akumu had wills of their own, and Kushina had always believed it. She sat in silence for a minute. You know her much better than I do, and it looks like you've made a decision. Kushina took the sword from Yasaka's grip and returned it to its sheath before picking her daughter up. All right, Yum. I'll trust you. One last time. The next morning, Team 7's apartment. Yasaka groaned as the sun arrived at the perfect position to shine in her eyes. She moaned in her tired state and rolled over to escape the shining annoyance, before the events of last night rushed back to her and she sat straight upright. Yasaka looked around the room, seeing Yum on her stand and the pieces of her old katana sitting next to it. Yasaka looked down at herself, finding that she was wearing her usual pajamas of a tank top and sport shorts, and got up to make her way into the kitchen. When she arrived, she found Yuko sipping some coffee. Once the black-haired girl saw her, she pushed a plate of bacon and eggs toward her. Yasaka sat at the counter and took a bit of bacon before turning to Yuko. I lost, didn't I? Yuko nodded. I'd assume so. Kushina-san dropped you off here last night. Want to talk about it? No, I'm fine. She looked around the apartment. What's everybody else doing? Naruto went out with Haku to get groceries and Hinata's at the hospital for some medic training thing. Also, Hinata said not to go anywhere until your cuts are healed. Yasaka scoffed. Please, I've dealt with worse. Yuko looked over at her with a pleading look. Just listen to her. I think she's just worried about you. It'll take more than one little loss to hurt me. The two spent the next few minutes in silence as Yasaka ate, until Yasaka couldn't hold it anymore. God damn it. I tried my hardest and she just humored with me like I was some little kid playing ninja. I don't even have any idea what Yum's power did. It was so damn frustrating. There is. Yuko said to herself as Yasaka ranted. I mean, I knew it wasn't going to be easy, but fuck me. You'd think she was trying to humiliate me with how she kept going easy on me. I don't know what pisses me off more, the fact that I wasn't even a threat or the fact that she was right. You know what? Screw it. Yasaka went back over to her plate and quickly scarfed down all her food and put the plate in the sink. Once she was done, she headed back to her room to get dressed. She soon returned from her room with all her shinobi gear on and Yum in her sash. I'm going out. Don't know when I'll be back. Where are you going? Yuko asked, even though she was fairly sure she knew the answer. I'm going to challenge Kushina again, and I'm going to keep challenging her until I beat her, so don't try to stop me. Yuko gave a little smile and shook her head. I wasn't going to. Kami knows nobody can stop you once you put your mind to something. Yasaka gave her a little smile. Thanks, Yuko. Have fun explaining that to Hinata, she said as she headed out the door. Yuko froze for a second before sighing. I forgot about that. Uzumaki estate. Just like the night before, Kushina was sitting on the deck of the Uzumaki main house, this time sipping a cup of tea. Kushina drank down the rest of it, sighing to herself before looking out at the path toward the house. She wasn't the least bit surprised to see her estranged daughter suddenly standing in front of her. "Yasaka, welcome back," she said as she set her teacup down. "Let's go. You know what I'm here for," she said as she walked past Kushina toward the clearing, tossing Yum to her as she went. Kushina held Yum for a minute, thinking to herself. She drew the blade, staring at its unmoving pattern as Yasaka came back. "Are you coming or not? It'll be hard for you to fight without a sword, won't it?" Yasaka pulled out a kunai with no hesitation. "I've got all I need right here. Now are we gonna do this?" Kushina looked her over for a minute before nodding to herself and tossing Yum back to her. "Follow me," she said as she walked toward the forest near the estate. Yasaka raised an eyebrow. "The clearing is that way," she said as she pointed behind the estate. "I know." Yasaka raised an eyebrow before shrugging and following Kushina into the forest. It didn't seem like they were following any set path, and soon the bamboo surrounding the estate turned into Konoha's normal forest. They walked for a good long while, the forest getting thicker and thicker. They had to have been close to the village outskirts by now. Yasaka was about to complain when Kushina stopped, gazing at something in front of them. Yasaka looked past her to see. Not what she expected. It looked like a temple, but it was in terrible disrepair. It looked like nobody had come to take care of it in decades. "What the hell is this place?" "This is the Uzumaki Mask Temple. A very important place for our clan, which was built during the village's founding to house some very powerful artifacts," Kushina said with a bit of wistfulness to her voice. Yasaka made a confused face. "Then why is it so trashed? If it's that important, then you'd think someone would take care of it. Also, why the hell are we here? You'll see soon enough. As for why nobody's taken care of it, well, some things are better left forgotten." She walked into the temple, Yasaka following with confusion. Once they reached the main room, Yasaka looked around with a small amount of wonder. The place definitely looked like it was about to collapse, but it was still interesting. She could get to liking this place, until her gaze landed on the masks on the far wall. Something about them felt off. Once she noticed them, the room took on a noticeable chill. Yasaka swallowed nervously and turned to Kushina, who was kneeling on the ground in a seemingly random part of the room. "Okay, enough with the secrecy. I followed you to the creepy mask shack. Now why are we here?" Kushina waved her over, and Yasaka came to see Kushina remove a floorboard and walk over to a wall. Yasaka watched with confusion as Kushina held the floorboard up and pressed it into the wall. Yasaka let out a gasp as a seal appeared on the board and quickly spread out across the walls of the temple. It looked incredibly complex, and before she could examine it, the seals formed together into a storage seal next to the board. "We're here for this," Kushina said as she pressed her hand into the seal and removed something. Kushina turned, dropping the board, and held up a long item wrapped in thick black cloth, with a string of pure white prayer beads wrapped around to tie it closed. Yasaka's face went through a myriad of emotions. Confusion, realization, shock, then back to confusion. Before Yasaka could say anything, Kushina explained herself. "Your trial was to show me that you could handle Akumu. You may have lost the duel, but I came to a realization." Kushina looked down at Akumu, struggling with herself for a second. "You're right. I don't know anything about you beyond the surface things. I don't have any right to tell you what you can and can't do. But beyond that, you showed me that you're an amazing young woman with an unbreakable spirit. Even against overwhelming odds, you persevered and didn't stop fighting until your body gave out on you. I wasn't able to control Akumu, and I let that cloud my judgment when it came to you. So as an apology, I'll have faith in you, faith that you can succeed where I failed," she said as she held the bundle out to Yasaka. Yasaka looked up with a glare. "Are you feeling sorry for me? I don't want your pity. I'll beat you and earn it. You already did. It's just that neither of us realized that I wasn't the one you had to impress." Kushina gave a smile at Yasaka's confused look. "After you disarmed me with that throw, Yum worked her way into your hand and wouldn't respond to me anymore. I may not know enough to tell if you're ready or not, but she does," she said as Yasaka glanced at the purple sword. Yasaka stood in silence for a minute, before she slowly took the sword and made to undo the bindings. But Kushina put a hand on hers to stop her. Just promise me you'll be careful. Akumu is still a cursed, evil sword, and I won't be able to live with myself if it hurts you. Yasaka stared for a second before nodding. I promise. She may hate Kushina, but she would at least give her that. Yasaka then started undoing the bindings, and once the last fell away, she finally beheld Akumu. It looked nearly identical to Yum except for the color and the tsuba. Instead of the dark purple, it was a deep red, the color of fresh blood. The tsuba was much the same, but the waves looked more violent, almost like blood flying out of a sword wound instead of waves. All in all, the whole thing was just as beautiful as Yum. Of course, she hadn't seen the blade yet. Yasaka gripped the handle and confidently drew the sword. The second she pulled it out the slightest bit, she froze. The chilling feeling in the air seemed to get worse, as if she was encased in ice. The hair on the back of her neck stood on edge, and the world got eerily quiet. Yasaka swallowed the creeping dread and slowly inched the blade out, Kushina watching her with worry the whole time. With every centimeter of the blade she drew, the feeling of impending doom seemed to get worse and worse, like something was constantly creeping up behind her, and she could do nothing about it. With every movement of her hands, it crept closer, inching up on her and preparing to strike her down. But she couldn't stop, and she told herself that over and over again. She had to keep going. She had to draw it. She had to close it right now. Yasaka quickly sheathed the blade, not even able to look at how much of it she got out. As soon as the blade was back in its sheath, everything went back to normal. She didn't know what came over her. All at once she felt like if she kept trying to draw the blade, the thing behind her would steal very soul. It's rough, I know, Kushina said, her voice snapping Yasaka out of it. For what it's worth, it really is all in your head. I'm sure you can overcome it. Yasaka gazed at Kushina with an unreadable expression before replying, Thank you, but I still hate you with a passion. Kushina nodded as her smile turned somber. I know. She watched Yasaka slip Akumu into her sash next to him. Remember, if you decide you want to put Akumu away and wait, just let me know. Also, that offer to teach you still stands. Yasaka said nothing, but gave a little wave as she turned and left the temple. Then, as an afterthought, wound the prayer beads into her sash around the two swords. Kushina took one last look around before leaving herself, feeling like she might have broken some ground with her daughter today, even if that was just wishful thinking. After taking one last look around the temple, Kushina headed outside and raised an eyebrow toward the forest. You just couldn't stay away, could you? She heard a sigh as Minato walked out from behind a tree. Could you if our places were reversed? Kushina shook her head with a smile. Well, you've got me there. Do you think I did the right thing? She asked as Minato came and put an arm around her shoulder. Minato gave his wife a soft smile. I don't know. We just have to have faith in her, right? Kushina nodded. Right, now let's go get some ramen. Being in that temple always freaks me out, and now I need some comfort food. As Yasaka walked through the forest, she idly ran her hands over the swords on her hip. She'd given up on ever finding Akumu in the years before her family returned, since the scroll didn't give any hints as to where it was. It was also doubtful she'd ever find the temple on her own, and even if she had or someone told her, it was very unlikely she'd find Akumu in its seal. Now that she had both, she felt a certain sense of satisfaction she hadn't felt since she became a genin. Now there was just one more thing she had to do. She'd been planning on doing something since the morning after she'd read her father's note to the Sandaime, and she might as well get it over with now. She needed to speak to Kyubi. Yasaka found a secluded spot in the forest before sitting against a tree, swords resting in her lap. This would be the first time in a long time she'd willingly gone into her mindscape to meet her tenant. So she took a few deep breaths to clear her mind and focused on the seal. She had, reluctantly, learned how to do it from Jiraiya in the event she and Kyubi ever needed to meet. Yasaka had thought that'd never happen, but here they were. She felt her mind being drawn into the seal and closed her eyes. Then, she opened them. Yasaka now stood in a dilapidated temple hallway, water coming up to her ankles and soft bluish lighting shining in from cracks in the walls or holes in the ceiling. Despite clearly being a temple, the hallway was massive, with small vines crawling up the walls and small plants decorating the flooded hallway. Her footsteps echoed loudly as she walked forward, and her feet stayed dry despite the water. Every now and then another hallway split off from the one she was on, but she ignored them. No matter where she went, she'd eventually arrive at her destination. She didn't know how long she'd been walking. Time seemed to have no meaning in here, when she arrived at the massive cage with a ceiling tag placed in the center at her eye level. Well, this is indeed a surprise. After 4 years of knowing I was here, only now do you decide to visit me. I'm hurt, Kit. The loud, menacing voice of the Kyuubi no Kitsune sounded from behind the bars. After a few seconds, its form became visible to her, staring down at her with its glowing crimson eyes. So, to what do I owe the pleasure? It asked, venom clearly audible in the last word. Yasaka showed no fear as she walked closer to the cage. I take it you know what's been going on over the last few days? Kyuubi growled. Of course I do. Those two are alive. It's a shame. Knowing that I killed the ones who imprisoned me in here was my only comfort. But I dare say that you didn't come in here to let me know what's going on in your life. So out with it. Yasaka stared up at Kyuubi for a minute. Everything in the note. Was it true? You were ripped out of my mother and forced to attack the village. If it's true, why did you never tell me? A scoff answered her. It's true, and what of it? Would you have believed me if I did tell you? At Yasaka's thoughtful expression, he continued, his tone laced with venom. Your kind is always all too willing to hate me and mine. You treat us like tools, like monsters to be caged and exploited. Knowing that I was controlled changes nothing. Yasaka stood in silence for a minute, mulling over Kyuubi's words. All too willing to hate. You and I are more alike than I thought. Kyuubi watched, and his eyes widened by a fraction as Yasaka bowed. I'm sorry. I did to you exactly what the villagers do to me. I judged you and hated you without knowing anything about you, and for that I am truly sorry. I don't know if either of us will ever be free of the other. But now that I know the truth, I swear that I'll never let myself be overcome by that hatred ever again. Yasaka held her bow for a minute before standing up, getting another growl from Kyuubi. You think this changes anything? It doesn't. We are still enemies who are forced to rely on each other to survive. You can try and make nice all you want, but I'll still be watching, waiting for my opportunity to be our dash. Break out of the seal and tear me to ribbons, I know. The blonde said with an amused smirk. I'm not naive. I know that one apology, no matter how heartfelt, isn't going to make us best friends. You said it yourself, we're forced to rely on each other. I just thought that this would make it a little easier on both of us. Humph, how nice. If that's all you have to say, then leave me be. Yasaka rolled her eyes and turned to leave. Oh, actually there is one more thing. Yasaka turned, only to step back as a pair of claws slammed through the cage and halted just before hitting her. My container bows to nobody, not even me. Yasaka was startled, but gave a nod. We may be stuck together, but that doesn't mean I'll tolerate such weakness. Understood. Kit? Kyuubi seethed as he retracted his claws. A small smile graced Yasaka's face as she looked up at Kyuubi. Got it. Now I'll leave you alone to brood, she said as she turned and walked away, disappearing after a few steps. Kyuubi stared at where she'd been for a minute, seemingly deep in thought, before scoffing and returning to the darkness of the cage. Meanwhile, with Naruto and Haku, Konoha's favorite, albeit only, KAGUYA was practically vibrating with excitement. He'd finally noticed shinobi from other villages arriving in Konoha, which meant that the Chunin exams were going to kick off soon. He could hardly wait. Naruto had been waiting for a chance to cut loose and go wild. His usual spars with his teammates and Lee were fun, but they weren't enough. His ice-using companion gave him an amused look. Are you really that excited about some exams? I think I'd be more worried than anything. Naruto gave her his signature grin. Well, I might be a bit nervous, but I've been waiting for this for years. It's no secret that I love to fight, and the thought of going at it with so many different people has got my blood boiling for a fight. I just hope Kakashi-sensei hurries up with the sign-up slips, he said as he looked around the busy street. There were so many new people around the village for the exams, and the parts people could watch were still a long way off. There were also some really strong ones if what he was sensing was correct. They continued on their way home when a sudden commotion near them caught their attention. "Come on, Chojuro, we've still got so much of the village to see." Hey, stop pulling, Tomo." The two looked over at the commotion to see a pair of what looked to be Kiri shinobi. A shy-looking guy with a large bundle on his back was being dragged around by an incredibly excitable kunoichi. She was looking around at everything in sight, and when she saw them, she waved and happily skipped over, dragging her teammate along with her. Naruto then noticed a sudden dip in the temperature around Haku, right? She probably didn't have the best opinion of Kiri. Naruto gave her arm a squeeze, which seemed to snap her out of her glare. Haku sent him a thankful look as the two got to them. The girl gave them a sunny smile. "Hello there. Sorry to bother you, but you wouldn't happen to know how to get to the top of the Hokage monument, would you? I bet the view is gorgeous." Up close they could make out more details about her. She had the pale skin common in Kiri, shoulder-length black hair and bright, electric blue eyes. She wore a black tube top that exposed her stomach, black shinobi pants and sandals, and a purple jacket. Lastly, her hitai was wrapped around her waist like a belt. Naruto returned the smile. "Just head towards the foot of the mountain, and there'll be a path for people up to a viewing area. So you guys are here for the exams?" She nodded, giving a megawatt grin. "Yup. I'm Tomo and this is Chojuro. Our last teammate is around here somewhere. He's always falling behind." Her glasses wearing teammate side. "Maybe you could drag him around instead of me," he said quietly, but not quiet enough as she gave him an affronted look. Not that you de-drag me anywhere. I was just joking." Tomo narrowed her eyes at him and leaned in toward his face. "Come on, Chojuro. If I didn't drag you everywhere, then you'd just sit at home doing nothing. Is it really so bad that I want my teammate to get out of his shell?" He sputtered for a moment, clearly trying to come up with an excuse. Eventually, he just sighed in defeat, causing her to grin again. "That's what I thought." Naruto chuckled at the two of them. "I'm Naruto, and this is Haku. Nice to meet you." Tomo nodded, giving Naruto a smile before looking over to Haku. "Are you a kunoichi as well? Maybe I'll see you in the exams." Haku shook her head, her tone frosty as she gave a curt reply. "I am a kunoichi, but I won't be participating in the exams." The excitable Kiri Genin nodded, before something strange happened. As she looked into Haku's eyes, the smile slowly started to slip off of her face. Then she spoke, her voice soft. "You survived the purge too." Haku stepped back in surprise, and Tomo seemed to realize what she said. The Kiri kunoichi stammered, "I am sorry. I shouldn't have said that. Just forget I said anything," she said before quickly, only for Haku to narrow her eyes. I should go. I'm sorry," she said as she quickly made to leave. Chojuro watched her go with surprise and worry. "Hey Tomo, didn't you want to go see the monument?" "Not anymore. I'm going back to the room," she said as she continued on. Her teammate just nodded with a sigh. "Okay then." He turned to Haku. I apologize if she brought up painful memories. Sometimes she just can't help but say what she's thinking." Haku stared after the girl. "Was she a victim of the purges as well?" she asked, unable to contain her curiosity. Chojuro shifted uncomfortably. It's not my story to tell. I'm sorry." He gave a small bow. "I should head back to the hotel with her and make sure she's all right." "Excuse me," he said before hurrying to catch up with her. Naruto watched the exchange with silence, then put a hand on Haku's shoulder. "Are you okay?" Haku watched the two leave for a second before nodding. "Yes, I'm all right. I'd heard that the rebels had won the civil war from Zabuza-sama. But it's still hard not to associate Kiri Shinobi with what I went through." "Well, nobody's gonna fault you for that." "Hey, I just thought of something." At Haku's raised eyebrow, Naruto held his hand up and created a small bone knife out of his wrist. "How do you think they're gonna handle it when they find out what I am?" Haku gave a smile. "Two former Kiri bloodlines being alive in Konoha. I'd imagine it'll cause a bit of an uproar. But let's forget all this and go home. I want to make you all something special since you'll be participating in the Chunin exams." Her smile turned a bit more mischievous. If Kakashi-san decides to let you. Naruto nodded. There's no way he wouldn't, right? He asked, looking to Haku for assurance. A small giggle was his only answer. A few minutes after they left, another figure appeared on the street. This one was wearing a yukata with a kiri plate stitched into the shoulder and had a bubble pipe hanging from his obi. Come on, where the hell did they get off to now? Somewhere else in Konoha. Remind me why you decided to follow me around today? Hinata asked as she walked down the street. Yuko shrugged and munched on a stick of strawberry pocky. Because I'm bored and didn't want to sit around at home all day. After Yasaka left, it had quickly become apparent to Yuko that she was the only person in the house who didn't have any plans. So she decided to just head out and go wherever her whims took her, and they just so happened to take her into Hinata's path. So with nothing better to do, she decided to follow her friend and see if anything interesting happened. Hinata rolled her eyes. All right then, but I don't know how interesting my day will be. I'm just going back home. As they walked on, Yuko Gust gave a little smile. You never know, adventure can come from anywhere. The two continued to walk on in silence, simply enjoying the walk, before Yuko turned to look at a wall. As a matter of fact, she then reached out and grabbed onto a camouflaged sheet, pulling it down to reveal a startled Konohamaru and Hanabi, along with two other kids. The four of them seemed startled for a minute, before Konohamaru jumped forward. So you saw through our disguise, as I would expect from you guys. Behold, I am Konohamaru, the future Hokage. He stood, holding a pose for a minute, before looking back at his friends. Guys, come on. They all seemed to realize they were late and all came forward, striking their own poses. I'm Udon, the smartest kid in our class. My name is Moegi. I'm the cutest girl in the academy. Lastly, I'm Hanabi, the graceful firecracker that lights up the night sky, the one whose illuminating light will forever shine down upon those in need of hope and justice. For wherever there is injustice in the world, I shall appear in order to punish the wicked and deliver dash. Hanabi-chan, I think your intro might be a little too long, Konohamaru said, causing Hanabi to stop and look at him incredulously. Is it? I thought it was pretty short. I even have some longer versions I came up with, she said as she pulled out a notebook and flipped through it. Hinata gave a smile and a shake of her head. Of course you did. I think short and simple is best. But you can work on it, Hanabi-chan. The other girl, Moegi, suddenly remembered something and let out a yelp. Ah, we forgot to finish our introduction. The others scrambled to get back into their poses as Konohamaru stood triumphantly in front. We are the Konohamaru Ninja Squad. Yuko watched them before an idea came to her. She smacked her fist into her palm and turned to Hinata. We should have poses too. It would maximize our fighting spirit. What do you say, Hinata-chan? We can start drawing up a formation for everyone when we get home. Hinata gave her friend a raised eyebrow. I don't think the poses would be very practical in battle, but I suppose it could be fun, she said with a smile before looking back to their young friends. So, what can we do for you guys? Udon spoke up. We were wondering if you guys would play ninja with us? If that's okay. The two girls shared a look before shrugging. Well, Yuko said, her eyes slowly bleeding red. All right, but we won't be going easy on you, so you'd better get running. Hinata joined in by activating her Byakugan. Of course, they weren't really going to use their Jujutsu in a game of ninja with some academy students, but the kids didn't know that. Hinata and Yuko watched as they got started running, loudly strategizing about their plans to avoid being caught. They were going to give them a few minutes to get moving, but that went out the window after they heard someone collide with something, and an angry voice call out, Hey! Watch where you're going, you brat. The two wasted no time in following the kids, and turned a corner to see Konohamaru being held against a wall by an IWA shinobi wearing a sleeveless version of the standard IWA uniform. He had long, shaggy white hair and angry yellow eyes. His teammates stood to the side, a large boy with a sleeved uniform and a girl with one sleeve. The large boy seemed like he wanted to speak up, but the girl beat him to it. Come on, Koga! Just let the kid go. Koga scoffed and turned to sneer at her. Don't think you can order me around, Kuratsuchi. I don't care who you are, unlike the rest of the village idiots. Now, what exactly should I do with you? He asked Konohamaru with a sinister grin. You're going to let him go, Yuko said, having suddenly appeared next to Koga and putting a kunai to Koga's neck. His eyes widened a bit as he turned and stared into her Sharingan. Unless you'd like to cause an international incident by assaulting the Hokage's grandson over something so small. Not to mention it'd be in front of the heiresses to the Hyuga and Uchiha. He narrowed his eyes before dropping Konohamaru, who quickly ran back to his friends with Hinata. As the team medic started looking Konohamaru over, Yuko withdrew her kunai. Thank you, don't mention it, he said with a mean-spirited smile. I hope I can pay you back in the exams. He growled out before turning and stalking away. After he left, Kuratsuchi shook her head and turned to Yuko. Sorry about him. As you can tell, he's a major ass. Kuratsuchi. I don't care how important he is, Akatsuchi. He's an arrogant jackass and I don't care what Gramps thinks of him, she said, clearly fed up with her teammate. Anyway, we'd better get after him before he causes us even more trouble. Sorry again for the trouble, she told Yuko and Hinata before they left, following Koga. Hinata watched for a minute before sighing. The exams haven't even started yet and we're already fighting with other villages. Are you all okay? She asked their little friends. Konohamaru nodded. Yeah, we're okay, thanks. Udon shivered a bit as he watched the two IWA shinobi leave. Are you gonna be okay, Yuko? It looked like he was gonna come after you. Yuko turned to him and gave a small smile. It's fine. If he comes after me, I can just kick his ass. Right? Truth be told, Yuko almost hoped he'd find her. He seemed like he needed to be taken down a few pegs. Hinata shook her head. You should be more careful, Yuko. Yuko raised an eyebrow at her and Hinata elaborated. I used my Byakugan to check Konohamaru and caught a glimpse of his chakra. It's wild and extremely powerful. He's definitely not all talk. With that, the two descended into silence, getting Konohamaru and his friends home before heading on their way. Hey kid, take a left. Yasaka jumped a bit as her tenant's voice sounded in her head. What? Hungry or something? She asked, coming to a stop on the street. Kyubi growled. I don't have time for your stupid jokes. Yasaka raised a brow, wondering what had Kyubi so upset. Now do what I say and go left. Ah, what the hell? Yasaka said to herself as she turned to follow Kyubi's directions. He was obviously leading her somewhere, but she couldn't figure out where. Soon enough, she turned into an alleyway to see a couple Suna shinobi standing there. A guy in a cat-looking suit and a girl with blonde hair. The girl looked over to her. Can we help you? Yasaka shook her head. No thanks. You and Makeup Boy aren't what I'm here for. A vein bulged on the guy's head. It's war paint, goddammit. Seemed like that was a sore subject. The girl rolled her eyes. Calm down, Kankuro. So why are you here? There isn't anything here but us. Good question. Why am I here? She said, asking that last part to her tenant. In the tree. Yasaka looked up to said tree and pointed at it. Okay, you. Get down here now. The two Suna shinobi seemed to freeze up, and after a few seconds a swirl of sand appeared in front of Yasaka. After it disappeared, Yasaka narrowed her eyes at the redhead that now stood in front of her. So this is what Kyubi was worried about. He didn't seem like much at first, but Yasaka could sense the barely restrained bloodlust just beneath the surface. Yasaka put her hands on her hips and slightly leaned in. So, who are you and why exactly did Kyubi want me to find you? At the word, Kyubi, the two behind him seemed to go from cautions to terrified. But to his credit, the redhead didn't flinch or move. You're a container as well? Yasaka's eyes widened for a second, before a smirk worked its way onto her face. So that's it. The old fox is upset another Biju is in his territory. That's not it. He's unhinged, and he's not even trying to suppress Shikaku's chakra to hide his status. Watch out for him, Kit. Ah, I didn't know you cared. I don't. But if you get torn apart, then I die too. Whatever you say. She thought in a teasing tone. So, Tanuki boy, you got a name? Gara no Sabaku. His eye twitched a bit. Mother wants me to rip you to pieces, he said as his ki started leaking out. Yasaka dropped her smile and straightened up. Calm down there, Gara. We can play all we like in the exams. I just wanted to see what QB needed to show me. Now then, I'll see you later. Oh, and my name is Yasaka Uzumaki, she said as she turned to leave. Yasaka Uzumaki, I will kill you, he said in a monotone voice, like it was just a fact of life. Yasaka turned back and looked over her shoulder. I'm sure you'll try. As Yasaka left the alleyway and continued on her way home, she couldn't help but feel a sense of kinship with Gaara, strange as it was. The both of them were saddled with the same burden, though they obviously dealt with it in different ways. Just from that little exchange, Yasaka could tell that her fellow Jinchuriki was definitely a threat. Well, she never expected these exams to be easy. Thanks for warning me, QB. I appreciate it. Silence was her only answer. It seemed that QB went back to sleep, or just decided that he'd had enough of talking. Well, no matter what happened in the exams, Yasaka was certain that she and her teammates would get through them. It was finally time for the four of them to really let loose and show the nations what they were made of.